Okay, good afternoon, folks. Sorry I'm a bit late. My wife just nipped home from work to borrow my drill on that to explain to her how to drill a hole with a wall plug. So I'm running a bit late. So hope everyone had a good day yesterday. As you know, I had that trade, which worked out fine. Mac marked it as a slightly more aggressive trade, but he marked it nonetheless. I think probably a lot of that was to do with the pure size. I think it was 6 points, so it was a lot bigger than I normally would have traded. It didn't look that big at the time, and I saw it and jumped in. And the trouble is that it's great if it works, but if you jump in with a trade and don't at least have a look, I mean, as you can see, I have a little number there which tells me the ticks. So let's just see what we got here. I'll have a chat in a second. So we got a leg and a leg. So we've got this sharp channel, this steep channel goes up. Then we have a little break, then we have a new high, then we come back close to the EMA. And we do seem like we're working up there. But it's early days yet. So whether we're just going to have a leg and a leg or something, I don't quite know yet. But we have got some news coming up in around about 30 minutes. So let's have a look at this quickly. The NQ seems to be fitting nice in that channel. Let's just make sure that seems to, so let's just check we're not going to get a leg and a leg here down to this area here and a break. So we've got a touch and a bunch of touches there. It looks like a two-tiered channel, working the top tier, working the bottom tier, and a break. So leg and a leg. So say a quick hello. Jay, how you doing, bud? Speedy, how you doing, fella? Chris, how are you? Exponential, good day to you. I'm gonna have to get that name right. I'm sorry if I crucify your name. That's a tough one. Shall I call you Mo? Is that easier? Do you mind, Mo? It might be a bit easier. That's a bit of a mouthful for me. So we've got a leg and a leg. I just want to see what's going on here. We may get a higher low here. ATR was a bit higher, but it has slowed down. So excuse me. Let's just call you Mo, I think. As long as that's okay. That's quite a name, that, isn't it? El Asal. That's the easy bit. It's just a first name. So let's have a look. If we can get a higher low here, my slight oh no, it's all right. I thought we had a double top there. Let's just have a look at this. So we got a leg and a leg. This looks like a higher low. It's a bit too far from the EMA for my liking. I prefer to just get a little bit closer. That for me is a bit too far from the EMA. And another thing that's making me a bit nervous is we may have a little bit of congestion there, so that could come down a bit lower. And that for me is just a little bit too risky. We got two legs back and it is a higher low, granted, but it's too far from the EMA for me. It hasn't triggered yet. It hasn't triggered anyway, so maybe we have a leg and a leg. So far, just have a quick look what happened yesterday in the end. Okay, so it was we had that couple of legs up, and then we sort of worked down and ended up a bit sideways. So what's likely to happen today? So we got a leg. Could get another leg. It's hard to say really what's going to happen there. It doesn't give us a huge amount. It's generally pretty sideways over the last sort of week or so. But we are coming up to all-time highs. Okay, that higher low has triggered, but it's just too far off the EMA for me. It could come down. If it does come down the EMA, if we have a leg, a break and a leg, it's going to stop that out. It may not, but for me, that's just too far. It's a weak position, that. And if you got your stop below there, I fear it's going to take it out. There is a double bottom there, so but I would suggest that's going to get stopped out. We are at the bottom of this little range here, and we may push up, but yeah, you've got out for a tick there. So 2 legs down, and it is a higher low, but that top of that, the bottom of the body really needs to be sat on that EMA to take that. Otherwise, it's just asking for trouble, unfortunately. H, how you doing, buddy? Just kidding. Feel free. Mo. Yeah, I think Mo's a bit easier. I'm going to end up ruining your name otherwise, so let's just call you Mo. Makes it nice and easy. So, Rodian, how you doing? Well, good evening to you. You're the other side of the world. Early hours of the morning, isn't it? I'm guessing somewhere around about there. I know the clocks go forward in the UK. I believe you US guys are usually a week later, something like that. I know I have that. I tend to forget. Sometimes I'll come to the chart an hour late. So, okay, so we've got a touch. Fit nice in there. We've had a little break and a new high. Same there. We've had that initial steep channel with a little bit of a break, and then we go into something a little bit more shallow, 2-tier channel. We've had a break, and we have eventually moved up. It did eventually move up, but that one is floating in the middle of nowhere, really. It's just too far. There's no sort of stability there, really. It's asking for trouble, and it triggered you and stopped you out. Any sort of weak positions like that, they're just going to get eaten up, unfortunately. But let's see. So far, we've had the steep channel, something a bit less steeper. So are we now going to go even less? So we got steep, not so steep, even less. Possibly. We'll have to see. So keeping in mind we have got this news coming up in around about 25 minutes. It's Powell talking, so I don't expect any particular spikes, but I'm assuming the time he's talking, it may get a bit erratic from time to time. Obviously it depends what comes out of his mouth, really. So let's see if we do get something like that. Okay, so we've had that break. We've clear push up for a new high on the NQ. I haven't reloaded my historic, so let's do that now. So all I will say is when I took that trade yesterday, there was a couple more directly after. So that was the trade I took. So we had a channel and a break new low. We had 2 pushes up and then one other push up, and I liked it because it's, where was it there? We had that little bit of a ceiling there. You can clearly see that. So there's a higher low there. So we had sort of a push up and a higher low, little bit of a ceiling. So there's probably some traders gone long there or there, and it triggered above there and shot down, which tells me there were some sell orders above here. And it a little bit sideways, and then it clearly came down. And then I think Mac marked that one back to the EMA. Yeah, clearly a leg up the leg. That one I looked at, which worked, and then there was the failure, which was the best of the bunch, I think. At the time, I was still in shock from realising I was in a trade for a 6.5 point risk. So I decided to, ordinarily I'd have jumped back in, but I have slowed things down, and I tend to think a bit now before I act. So I'm thinking, okay, let's just recover from that before I decide to jump back in and just lose what I've made. But Mac did. He marked the top one. He didn't mark the lower high. He thought it was a little bit more risky because we were back to the EMA at the time. But the failure, I think, was the better trade. I hate that when I do that. So yeah, the failure was the better trade. Let me have a look at this. That actually fits okay. So maybe that is continuing up like that. So we've got a touch, and it's fitting nice at the top. So yeah, I like the way it's running perfectly in line with the EMA as well. So that tells me it's in a nice position. So yeah, we pushed up, we dropped back, and we went from there. We had 2 perfect touches there, a nice touch there, and it fits nice at the top as far as I'm concerned. So this to me looks, so far, my only slight concern is with these, it does this often, and all of a sudden starts to create a bit of a top and comes down. It did it yesterday and ended up being a, what was it, day before? Ended up being a bit of a range day, so you never quite know when it's going to turn into a range day. There is a second entry long there, but it's just too congested. There's a little box running there, so that doesn't interest me. Let's have a look at the NQ. So the NQ, we got that channel there. We've had a break, 2 pushes up to a new high, so we could reverse, possibly. Whether we will or not, it's a different ball game. Everything seems quiet all of a sudden. Let's have a look. Or is there something more there? Sure about that. It kind of visually does. I'd just well, I mean, you could say that's touch there. I just prefer it to be a little bit tighter. I mean, we're right tight. The body's tight there, same there and there. But I'm guessing because this channel fits, it's probably very similar to there. So there is a second entry, 2 perfect legs down. Let's see what happens here. 2 lovely legs down, and it's held here. So if I've got that channel wrong, we could have had a break, and we may possibly reverse. I actually think that is probably a wiser decision to put that like that. It fits much better at the top. We've got a nice touch there, and that bar there as well, and that's when we've had the break. Push up to a new high, so this could reverse. It's possible. I'm just trying to look at this one. I mean, that seems to fit okay. Is it a bit tighter? It could be. I don't know. Anybody else watching the fight tomorrow night? I don't usually bet, to be honest with you, but I got some good odds on Ngannou, so I put £15 on it. I got 4.5 to 1, so I rarely bet, to be honest with you, but when you get some good odds, especially considering when he fought the Gypsy King, he put the Gypsy King on his arse, so that'll be interesting. You do, yeah. You think AJ is going to win? It's hard to say, AJ. See, AJ for me is a boxer as opposed to someone like Mike Tyson, who was a fighter. I just, you know, Mike Tyson had that aggression. He was a bit of an animal, wasn't he, which made him so good. And I don't know if AJ's just got that in him. But this Ngannou, I don't know. He's a mixed martial artist, really, isn't he? But he did so well against the Gypsy King. I mean, that fight could have gone either way, really, so I don't know. So I've got odds of 4.5 to 1, so I stuck £15 on it just for a bit of fun of it, but you never know, do you? So I'll be watching it down the pub, I think. I'll have a couple of beers. Yeah, he is a beast, isn't he? Apparently he's a very powerful hitter. I haven't seen a couple of his mixed martial arts fights, but I've heard... and I saw commenting earlier. He said he hit him with his hardest punches, including an elbow, apparently. and it never put him down. So I think he's going to surprise people. Let's have a look. So we got a shoulder, a head, and a shoulder. So this may be like a bit of a head and shoulders pattern. I prefer another go up here first. It's a defo. Yeah, absolutely. I put £10 on the Ruiz fight. What did I get? 45 to 1? £450. I just thought, just for two guys having a fight, 40 odd to 1. I just thought that was too good to miss. Sure enough, he won. The trouble is, you got two fighters. I mean, even a fighter that you wouldn't necessarily deem to win can catch a lucky punch. You catch someone on the chin just at the right time. There's always an element of luck. If the other fighter makes a mistake and he gets caught, if he gets caught in the right place, he won't get up, and that's the end of it. So, to have odds like that is it's quite a lot, to be fair. So I would suggest at the moment, let's have a look. There may be a head and shoulders here, I don't know, but I'd say we may be chopping off there. Quite possible. Like performed well against Fury. Yeah, he did, absolutely. I was seeing Fury on the news earlier saying that he hit him with his hardest punches and he never went down, including catching him with an elbow. Apparently, he said he never budged. So. Morning. Hey Jay, how you doing? What's your take on the high-low after the second entry long when the market opened? That one there. At the time, what I tend to do, if you remember, if you look back, I can't think now, I had my channel slightly different. So, I'll show you where I had my channel. I think, did I have that? Let's have a look. Did I have that? I can't remember now. Or did I not have that? No, I didn't. I don't think I had that. So let's take that channel away. 2 legs down. That for me, you know about that one there, the higher low? That for me is a weak trade. I did mention it, and it triggered, came down and got stopped out. It's just floating, isn't it? Really, you want to go for... I like to get mine. I wouldn't even take that one, in all fairness. Yeah, I wouldn't take that one. I want it at the tight on the EMA, really. That's tight enough for me. But the tighter it is to that EMA, I find they're way more successful. But yeah, it's just... For one, it's a bit congested there, and it's floating, so just stay away from them. It's a bit floating in the middle of nowhere, isn't it? So for me... It's a weak position, and weak positions, yeah, they just get taken up, unfortunately. I got a question. I saw yesterday some of your accounts were double the profit from the rest. How is that so? I believe you are not trading them separately. No, I'm not trading them separately, but what I'm doing, I'm trading... Let me have a look. I'm trading 2 of them with 2 contracts and 3 of them with 1 contract. So... let's have a look. So why is that not moving? Yeah, on Replicanto, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, on Replicanto you can. I'll show you. Why isn't that moving? It's alright, something's just not moving. Just give me a second. Let's see what we're getting here. So, where's that news? 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll show you. There's my Replicanto. So if you put that on pre-allocation, you can set how many contracts you want to trade. So 2 of them, I've got 2 contracts, and the other 3, 1. You can see the one on my... you can't see it. The 1 contract I'm trading on this, if I bring it in, you can see that, yeah? So I'm trading the one contract there. And on Replicanto, you can see, where's it gone now? All right, there. So I'm trading two of them on two contracts, and that one, and this one here, the lead account on one contract. So just going for a little bit more on two of them, but three of them, just keeping it real. Anytime, mate. Yeah, you can split it up. It just spreads it out a little bit without taking too much risk. So let's see what happens here. I got to keep an eye on this, the time with this news. So we've had that channel down. We've had two legs up. Now we're either going to push back up, or we're going to come back down and make a low after that. Yeah, that's one of the beauties of the Replicanto. I think you can do it on the Apex one, I think. So yeah, it turned into an okay day in the end yesterday, but it could have gone very wrong. That, luckily for me, the trade was good. But if you don't want to make a mistake on a 6-point bar. So, and they have great support. Apex does not correct. That's why I did start originally. I bought the Apex one probably about a year ago, and I just had problem after problem with it. So I got the Replicanto one in the end. And to be honest with you, I've never looked back. Yeah, I had an update. It was about Tuesday, I think, Monday or Tuesday. I had another update. You get regular updates. Yeah, it's much better. I mean, they're a software company. They specialise in that, whereas Apex are more, tailored towards the funding side. Although I believe I did see something the other day that Apex had an update for theirs, so I think what they're probably doing is paying more attention to it. Now, I know there's a couple that come on this stream now and again that trade together. Now, she contacted Apex and complained and said she'd had problems, and they refunded her. So, if a lot of people are trying to get their money back and saying it's problematic, then they're going to either have to stop selling it or try and improve it. So, let me just have a little goosey gander here a minute and find out what's going on here. Looks completely different. Does it really? I could get it for free because I've still got it, and I could upgrade to the newer version, but I'm really happy with Replicanto. So, why change something that isn't broken? So, maybe that is a channel, and this is working the way up to a new high. It's possible. I'm not sure about this because that fits nice and there's a break. So, I don't know. It doesn't mean it can't go higher. Let me just check something. It's a bit odd. Yeah, it is a bit odd. I don't know, maybe if it does continue, there's always a possibility while we've bounced there and it works across there, so maybe that's random. Maybe it isn't, I don't know. So just for now, I'm going to keep that like that. So I'm just going to throw this in the middle now, so yeah, that's completely different. Yeah. Only 10 to 15 points from all-time highs, probably reach it. Yeah, I'm going to say the last few days we've hit it. We've just continued to go higher and higher. I mean, look, it wasn't that long since we were in the 400s, sort of, right down here. But I don't know, it just doesn't seem to want to slow down. The S&P is just going up and up and up. But at the end of the day, we're behind COVID now. I mean, it had a massive financial bearing on the whole world, really, because I don't think there was a country in the world that wasn't affected in some form. I know in the UK we were throwing money away like it was just nobody's business. You know, I knew self-employed guys that continued to work through COVID that were given grants because of the money they supposedly lost, although they didn't. So I think something like, at least I would say, 2/3 of the country, obviously taking away, you know, sort of, you know, things like the medical profession, you know, police, military, you know, fire and all that sort of stuff, all the essentials, you know, supermarket stuff, but, you know, office workers and that were just sent home, and the government were paying them 80%. So they weren't earning anything. The government were paying 80% for literally, you know, half the population of the country. So that there was that much money injected into it during COVID. It's not surprising that it's took us, you know, it could have took a lot longer to get out of it, but what is it, a few years, something like 2-3 years? There was such a lot of money. But, you know, things are looking rosy now. I know in the US, they're on about rate cuts this year, so everything's slightly more rosy. Not only that, we're moving towards some of the warmer weather. Everyone feels a bit better. So there is a bit of an air of positivity around. So I'm not surprised that we are just keep going up and up and up. So that news now is in about 4.5 minutes. So seems to be right. Yeah, absolutely. Cryptos are looking nice and positive now. It does make you wonder, though. I mean, you think, you know, if people have got savings in the S&P, are they going to take it out, start pumping it into the likes of Bitcoin? You think you would probably see a little bit of a, maybe some sideways or, you know, a little bit of some downward stuff, but it doesn't seem to make a difference. But crypto's been pumping well. I mean, there's like another, you know, in the last 6 months, there's over $500 billion gone into Bitcoin. I know it's a drop in the ocean in a sense, but where is Bitcoin now? It's still floating around the 67,000 mark. I think if it does it for much longer, we had that push up. When was it? In fact, we had a push up to just under $68,000. It went up and then dropped straight back down, but it does seem to be going sideways. So whether we may have another drop, I don't know. I mean, it was a very strong push up over the last week and a half, so it could come down to, you know, 10 or 15% before it ends up pushing a bit higher. Okay, be interesting to see what it does at the tops now, whether it just tests the tops and we come down and we end up ranging again. It's hard to say. So Powell testifies. So this, I doubt we're going to get any massive spike stuff. It might just be a little bit. So I quit Apex, preferred trading my. Oh, have you really? Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. My goal is to trade my own money, but I'll still use Apex because it's very little risk to how much you could potentially make. So it's still worth it in my opinion, but it's not for everyone. You know, not everyone wants to go that way. You know, I would say from most people I've spoken to who do both, they say they generally tend to trade a little bit less aggressively and a little bit safer. But I was talking to Daniel Kushin the other night, and he does both, but he does say he trades Apex a little bit more aggressively, and he's a little bit more steady with his own account. So, you know, there's a difference. If you put a chunk of your own money in there, you know, you've invested that lot. Whereas if I've got a, you know, if I've got a PA account, technically it's only really cost me $140. So it does, you know, alter the dynamics a touch. Apex to build accounts eventually. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, if I can start to get some regular monthly payments, then I will slowly start to build my own account. I mean, the beauty of your own account is, you know, you could be earning money from Apex and then just topping up your own account and ultimately, you know, trying to build that enough so that you can have enough in there that you could take a regular, you know, good monthly wage. And then you've always got that lump sum in there So, you know, later on down the line, if you decide to retire or whatever, you've got that lump sum that which you've used as, you know, as capital to trade with. You know, I mean, you don't know. I mean, there's been a few hiccups in the UK about prop firms. I believe now the 5%ers, if you're in the US, you can't use the 5%ers. And there was, what was that? Was it FTMO, or there was a prop firm that went down? So there are going to be starting to come in, regulations starting to come in. So you don't know what these changes, you know, may exist of. I'm pretty sure there'll always be prop firms around, but you know, I don't know. That there is people losing a lot of money because it is gambling in a sense. So you don't know if there's going to be any types of restrictions or a little bit more control. So the news is coming out now, so I don't know if we're going to see any sparks. It is Powell speaking, isn't it? So there is a channel up with a break, but we've already been up to this level before, so thinking about going long just yet is not for me at the moment because we have been up here a few times before. It's my money. Yeah, I agree with you to a degree there, Jay. When you've got your own money invested and it is your own money, it's almost like you're playing with Monopoly money, really, isn't it? A little bit when you trade in Apex. But it is good to give you that experience with little financial input, giving you that experience of drawdown rule. Yeah, it depends how you trade. See, I go for a fixed point, so it's never an issue for me. A lot of other traders will, you know, they'll capture a big move. You know, they might sort of push up. Trouble is, if the market goes up 15 points, comes back 10, it can potentially knack your account. So, wow, there is a higher low there, but one Powell speaking now. Is it going to work? Quite possibly. But the fact that we've been up here before is making me a little bit nervous. So I'm going to be a good boy and just stay out of that. It is in a position which I would not ordinarily take it. But is it going to trigger, create a failed second entry long and come down? Because we're maybe creating some foundations up here. It's hard to say. In fact, you could bring that down a little bit, couldn't you? Let me put that there. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. That makes me a bit nervous going along into that. Never triggered anyway, so that's on the good news. Leg and a leg. That certainly would be a better option. I'm still a little bit nervous, and I'll tell you why. One, we're a little bit congested on the NQ. Excuse me, and we have been up to this tops. So for me, it's a little bit more risky. If these tops were up here somewhere, then I'd take a second entry there like a shot. It's actually a failed second entry short. But it is a bit congested. So I'm going to do the safe thing there and stay out of that. It's 7 points, that. I would suggest it may work, but for me, because we've hit this twice and come down, I'm just sitting tight on this one. It is a second entry long, it is a failed second entry short, but the way that's triggered and coming down, yeah, I mean, there is some, you know, Powell is talking, so it may just do that. And if you're stuck in that trade for 10 minutes, you never quite know where it's going to go, depending on, you know, what sort of news. Blew 5 PAs in 2 days and traded the wrong accounts. As a trader, yeah, I've done that myself quite a few times, more times than I care to admit. Trading on 10 contracts with an evaluation, I see a really good setup, quickly change over to a PA account and forget to change the 10 contracts. I'd say about four months before Christmas, I was due for a payout on, so if you'd have taken that second entry long, failed second entry short, triggered your stop jet, it's asking for trouble, that is. We've hit the top, we've clearly hit that. We could be, creating a sort of temporary top there, so it's risky there. I was about $120 away, and I took a trade sort of later in the day, probably later than I should, and I'd been trading 10 contracts, and I jumped in, and it went against me about 60. I don't know, it was about $800 against me. And I just didn't have the art to shut it down. So I just stayed with the trade and eventually got further and further and further. And I blew the account just for making a mistake. So what I tend to do now is at the moment, I'm not touching any more evals till I get a payout. But then I'm not trading my evals separately. I'll include them in Replicanto, but I'll just maybe trade them for four contracts. But I'm not trading them as a separate entity. Because I've made too many mistakes. So all I'm trying to do is just improve and just start to tidy up those little rough edges in my trading and those stupid mistakes I shouldn't be making. It was 90 away from payout. Yeah, I was one tick away from payout. When was this? Maybe a month and a half ago. I was in a trade and I needed 6 ticks, and it bounced off my 6 tick profit 3 or 4 times, came down. I got out for break even, and I think I was $125 off. So I traded later. I was a bit frustrated. I ended up trading and blowing the account. So it just goes to show what emotions do. You take stupid risks. So I've just decided just to follow the rules. It doesn't matter whether I'm $100 or 10 cents away from a payout. I'm waiting for a proper. If it means I've got to wait till the next pay cycle, then so be it. You have 2 left, yeah. It's why I've reduced the risk in some of mine. 2 of them, 2 contracts, 3 1 contracts. So at least if I take a loss on the smaller accounts, it doesn't quite feel as damaging. So is anybody watching Pal now by any chance? I might put him on my Mac with the volume down just to see, just to check when he's finished. 1 micro mini, which will blow an account fast. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, let's think about this. If you spoke to a professional trader and you said you're trading with $2,500 drawdown and you were trading 2 contracts, excuse me, which is on average risking about 10%, he'd call you an absolute madman. Now, even trading 5%, he'd still say you're risking too much. But the reason I do this is because I'm not, although I've got a $2,500 drawdown, that's temporarily what I've got to play with. I'm not risking that much. I'm only really risking $140, which is why then I risk a bit more. Now, if I was trading my own account, I would probably risk no more than about 3%. What I will say is trading this strategy, it's a high probability strategy. You're going to have way more winners than losers. If you were trading 50, if your win rate was 50-50, but you were risking 1 to make 2, it works just as much, but you can have potentially a lot more losers. So if you are risking even 5%, so maybe 5% I would trade. But because I'm risking less money, it's why I'll take a little bit more risk. We're at 9%. Just this time. Yeah. You can, it's not, when you get okay at trading this strategy at around about 90% is relatively doable. It is. As long as your patience is right and you're waiting for the right setups, 90% is okay. 85% and above, certainly. So you're not going to take many losses. So trading 5%, I think is fine. The only slight problem with that is yesterday, my maximum risk normally would be about 3.5 points. I had a 6.5 point risk, so that was a little bit unusual. So what I should have done, I learned from that. The fact is, when the market drops quick, it is a good indicator that there is some selling in, but sometimes it can snap back. I mean, the reason I got into that trade yesterday is I liked the setup. I just didn't consider the size of the bar. And I've had this conversation with people like Marco and Daniel before, and they say they generally take a trade if they deem the setup good enough. Now, when I started trading this, I used to have these markers on here so I would know exactly, the lines split into a point, so I would know exactly what the trade was, and I was concerned about that. But then I realised if you take a good setup, the chance of it winning is 95% anyway, so it started to concern me less. But that bar was unusual. It was an unusually quick trade, and because I've been trading 4 hours and I was tired anyway, I jumped in a little bit premature. Now, fortunately, the setup was good and it worked, but it could have been a different ball game, and that was a lot of risk to take yesterday. But I've been trading 3.5 years, so you learn and you improve, and the better option would have been, and I could have gone in on a limit order with a little bit of thought. So, but you live and learn. But yeah, so I've got 2 accounts about $800 away from a payment. Now, in those 2 accounts, let's say $175, 2 evaluations, 2 PAs, $175 each. And I will draw 2,000 each, so it's about 11x. So that those accounts have paid for themselves. So I don't mind taking a little bit more risks when I'm only risking $175. So 1, 2, 3. There was a triple test there. Yeah, so we pushed up. We made 1 attempt, 2 attempt, 3 attempt. I don't think that was a bad trade to take, actually. I'd have preferred that a little bit more bullish. But we made 1, 2, 3 attempts, and obviously it just went straight up to the top there. So I think that's an indicator of that triple test was pretty solid. My only slight concern at the moment is with Powell speaking. You never know what he's going to say and where the market might decide to move quickly. So we've pushed up, we've gone sideways. Often when we hit a point and take off, sometimes that's the second point where the market might move up for another leg. Let's have a look. So we got a leg up, a bit of a correction. Let's have a look. So there's a higher low there. It's way too far off the EMA. New high, getting up close to that all-time highs. Let me just see if I can see what Powell's doing. Yeah, he's talking now. Okay. I updated my credit card info at Apex. It doesn't get updated. Is there any time frame needed to update the credit card? I don't think so. I have heard someone saying Apex tried to get some money and they couldn't, and he was told just to go in and update it. So I don't think it's the end of the world if something goes wrong. Mistakes can happen for some reason. So I think you'll be okay. As soon as you've updated it, I think it's pretty much done. I have done it myself before in the past, so let me have a look at this. So we've had a really strong, steep push up, and then we've had a little bit of a correction. Maybe we're making another couple of legs up. How long does Pal usually speak for? Any ideas? Probably not going to do a great deal, is it? I think. There is a failure there, which is working. It's just too far for the EMA for me. We're close to the highs of the day here now. Okay, I'm just going to ditch this for a minute. So we've got a channel, a break, 1, 2, 3, triple test, push up for a new high. We've got a channel, a break, and a new high. There are copycat Apex companies popping up now, are they really? I've not heard that. But if there are, I'll probably hear a little bit more about it. I had my t-shirt yesterday from Apex. How the hell? Well, I say how the hell. I mean, I only ordered it 4 days ago, so that's pretty quick from the US. It's usually a lot quicker. It's usually a lot slower. 4 days, they got it out really quick. And very nice it is. There is possibly maybe a spike in the channel. It's possible. I'm not sure about that. So we've had a channel up there. We've had 2 legs of correction, a retest, and off we go. Would you ever go long on a red hammer candle? Yeah, it's still a bullish bar. See that bar there? Let's see that bar there. That one there. It's still a bullish bar. I'm just trying to find one. A strong one, yeah. There's not a huge amount around, is there? In fact, I actually prefer to do something like that because it'll say it's pushed down and then pushed it up. So something like that bar there, we just had one. That bar there I go long on, absolutely, yeah, it's a bullish bar. It sold off, it crossed over here from the lows, sold off and then pushed back. I think they're better than just crossing over and pushing, crossing and pushing up. It's much better to go in the opposite direction and then turn. It takes a lot more buying pressure when something's sold off. That one there I wouldn't. The reason I wouldn't take that one is it's just too far from the MA. That body for me needs to come down here because it's also a little bit congested and we're in the top tier of this channel if this channel is indeed right. And looking on the NQ as well, we've got a leg down and an attempt to push up. I'd want 2 legs down before I even think about going long. So that, for me, that bar needs to be sat down here really before I'd even consider going along there. And it's only really a first entry. I mean, you could say, see, there's your failure. No, I just don't like it. It's not the bar, it's where it is really. Okay, so we've got a leg. We've got this channel up here, which seems okay. You could argue we got that, we've had a break and a new, but that actually looks okay to me, so 2 legs back. If we can get a higher low here, but I couldn't trade this at the moment, it's just congested to hell, that is. There's no setup there, it's just sideways and messy. We have got 2 legs back. My slight concern there is you could say that that is the channel, but I think that's okay. If you can see that, it's obviously bigger on my chart, but leg up, 2 legs back, a retest and a push up. It's still got a bullish feel to me, this has really, but unfortunately we just come down and then we just turn and push up. There's no setup. I limit order when price hit, order disappeared after 6 seconds. Is that visible again and filled? I won it, but there is some huge lag regarding orders. I'm using NT8 CQG. I'm not sure there, bud. So your lag, is your lag in Ninja Trader, do you think? Or Tradeovate? Yeah, I mean, if you won the trade, then I'd just say count your lucky stars. Not sure. Let me just have a look on the... see if anyone's reporting any lag. See, what you want to do is join the Apex Discord, and if there is any issues there, people tend to post. I can't see nothing that stands out. No, I'm not sure about that. What I would definitely suggest, so, and I have mentioned this before, I'll drag it in for a second. It's going to make the picture look a bit crazy. But that's my OBS chart. You can see stop stream, start record down here. Put what picture you want in if you want to. But I would suggest you record all your trading days. Just record everything. Excuse me. You don't need a mic, or you could just plug in some, have some earbuds or something like that. And just, if you want to talk, I don't know, but I would suggest you record it because it's always good to look back. I mean, if you have a day without any issues, then just delete it at the end of the day. But it's nice to be able to look back. And if for some reason something's happened to you and Apex say, sorry, we can't see any issue, you can say, well, here you go. There's a video which shows it happened. And then you've got a little bit more power then. And then if you've got to post a video somewhere and say, look, this has happened. Has it happened to anybody else? Apex have said they don't know. I just think you've got a lot more power if you've got the ability, if you've got something in, and it's free. OBS is free. Just download it free. It's dead simple, just select record and it just set up scenes, just click your main scene, your main screen, and then it'll just record it. It's always good to look back on your own trades and if you want to chit chat to yourself or talk through a trade, sometimes that way, when you can look back, you can listen to how you were thinking. And if you took a loss, you can, see if your mood sounded any different. I think it's a good learning tool, being able to, to watch yourself. And you do have that proof as well, which could potentially save your account just in case something, goes wrong. And it's free, so why not? Okay, so he's still being questioned at the moment, or interrogated. Whatever way you want to call it. So we do seem to be working in this channel. So we've had that channel up. A steep one initially, then not so steep. And then we've had a bit of a correction. We've had a push up, 2 legs back, a retest, triple test, and then off we go. I have a feeling that this is going to go more like that. We'll see. Your camera's way different than mine. Have you reloaded your historic data, have you, bud? If you haven't, if you right click and just click reload all historic data, and it'll just update your chart. And hopefully. I've done mine, which is why I'm suggesting it may be your chart. Sometimes there are a little bit of a different. You reload every day. Yeah, just sometimes. Let's try reloading mine. I mean, sometimes, you know, if that the data's got to get from the servers, you know, to different computers around the world. Depends on your internet connection, how quick your computer is. There's probably a multitude of reasons why they may look slightly different. At least twice a day, yeah. I don't even really know what it does. I know it's something I've always done. I know it updates stuff, but does it make a difference? Who knows? So perhaps there is. Push upside was another channel going up there. I don't know yet. See, that actually kind of works as well. So maybe there is something bigger. But it does look like we're getting a bit of a bullish day today. What did we do yesterday? So, okay, so we've been pretty strong. We had that big push down, didn't we? Then we had a couple of legs up, and then it finished here, not a huge amount away. And then we had that big drop down to this level. So it makes sense that while we're pushing up, man, if you'd have gotten to something like that. See if we can get a couple of legs. Bottom of the downtrend after the break. Here. You're on about here, number 1 or number 2? I'd say you're on about number 1, aren't you? Number 1. Not sure about that. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Yeah, that actually looks better. When I draw that one out, I nearly said, no, that doesn't look right. And that was mine. So, touch, yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? I think I might have had it originally like here, and then I changed it, didn't I? Because I was following the tops. See, if it is that, and we've got to the top, we're getting further and further away from this top line, which tells me if this channel is valid, that we're likely going to have a break here. The reason I change my channel is because sometimes if I can't figure out what's right with the bottom, I go with the tops, which took us down to this level. But we seem to be still working up quite sharply here, but feathering off at the top, which tells me I would expect a break if this channel is valid. I mean, we're quite a bit away from the bottom on the NQ, so it's hard to say. Let's see if we have a break here. That does seem a bit sideways, so I'd like a bar like that, really. Down here and then push back. 1 leg, 2 leg. Trouble is, these two are a little bit conflicting. This is tight to the bottom. This, it's above the midline, so which is why I did change that. It's hard to say. I mean, if that other channel is valid, we could come out to here, which may correspond to coming down to the bottom here, but I'm just going to have to do it and see it. So, sorry if you can hear me yawning. I can't stop yawning. IG stops right. Absorption. A reversal soon. It does seem to be struggling to get up, doesn't it? $51.55. A reversal or a range. I mean, that is a fair size move, really, isn't it? From the lows there. Let's have a look. I mean, that is almost as straight up as you can go, isn't it? So it's not as much as it. It's 66 points. Not huge, is it? Where's the highs of the day? Around about here, aren't they? Something like that. 67, not far off 70 points. There's 70 points there. So, I mean, considering it's still quite early on in the day, it's a fair old move. So inside bar there, nothing to trade, unfortunately. We have got kind of two legs back, and but trouble is, I notice this a lot. Sometimes the slower it grinds up, the quicker it drops. It did it yesterday. It was slowly going up slowly, and then it dropped, didn't it? You know, in about literally in about 2 or 3 minutes, then it dropped about 22 points, if I remember rightly. Liquidity first, yeah. See, we got all-time highs up here. What did you say? Liquidity was at 55.50, which is a little bit above there. Yeah, 685 or 600, just under 700 orders up there, which have been sat there for a while by the looks of things. We've got that thick red line, which is near on as dark as it gets. See, one thing I've never probably picked up, or I've never really looked into Bookmap enough, obviously price moves towards liquidity. When it hits that liquidity area, is that sellers waiting to short, or is that buyers taking profits? If it's sellers waiting to short, and if there's enough of them, you think that it would drop. So is it a mixture of both? How do you know whether it's just sell orders, you know, limit orders to sell up there, or is it just profits, people taking profits close to all-time highs? If you're going to take profits at all-time highs, you probably wouldn't wait right to all-time highs. So that's one thing I've never, you know, because I trade price action. Our strategy really doesn't involve anything like this. These are just things. It's both. Either way, it's limit orders. Yeah. So does that mean, because when I used to look at this before, sometimes it hit these big levels, and you think, one, it's people taking profits, two, it's people selling. Ultimately, either way, you'd expect the price to go down. Sometimes it just seems to smash straight through them and continue up. So I found it a little bit confusing. I mean, those orders have more or less been absolved now. There's a little bit more at 56.25, another 300 odd orders. There's some more at 57. We're getting close to all-time highs. But it doesn't seem to be coming down. So that's one thing I don't understand. You think if we're taking profits, if people are taking profits, they're selling, aren't they? And if people are selling, they're selling. So either way, you would think price would start to come down. But we're sucking up these orders now, and its price isn't slowing down. Let's have a look. 57. Okay, so all those orders are gone now. Those big orders. So why is the market still going up? That's what I never quite understood. Buyers are strong today, yeah. So there's buyers and people taking profit. Sorry, and there's sellers as well, but then buyers are coming in as well. So if you look at the, no, look. Yeah. 4.6 million buyers, is that right? It's around about even. Yeah, buyers and sellers, aggressive buyers and sellers are even. There is a little bit more liquidity, up 300 on orders at 59.25. Is it going to get that high? So we've got a bit of a black area now. So is that going to go a bit sideways? I've just never taken, because I trade price action and it's not necessarily needed. I just like to develop skills, so I tend to figure out what was going on by watching it. But there's obviously a lot more information that available than I was taking out of it. So all-time highs, which we've just broken. Only market orders can move price. Okay, limit orders are static, of course they are, yeah. But when they hit limit orders, so when price hits limit orders, it'll be a combination of actual sell orders, limit sell orders, and buyers selling contracts. So ultimately, you think that amount of orders going through the market would bring price down. Now, I believe there is a lot of sort of manipulation that goes on, that people may put the limit. Obviously, price moves towards liquidity. So if you put enough orders up here, theoretically, price moves towards them. It doesn't mean that you're going to cancel those orders before market orders consume limit orders in the order book. Yeah, it's because I trade price action. I don't really need this in my strategy, but my strategy lately is good setups are starting to get a bit few and far between. So it'd be useful to learn some new skills that maybe when I get into a trade, maybe something like that. 1, 2, 3, that triple test. Ordinarily, I'd take 2 points, so I'm taking between that and their area. But look what was. If market's looking strong and information I've got out there that's looking strong and I think it's going to go up, it's a shame really just to take 2 points out of that when I could double it or triple it. Market orders consume the limit orders in the order book, yeah. I have been in an hour in about sort of getting some kind of order flow or footprint chart and learning to use that. Just wonder which will give me the most value, looking at bookmap or having an order flow chart or a footprint chart. I seem to be getting mixed feelings. Incorporate your runner straight. Yeah, basically, yeah. See, my strategy, something like that. We've got a push up. We had 1, 2, 3 triple test along there. That would have been a nice trade to take. My only slight concern, the reason I didn't, is 1, Powell speaking, and 2, we've come up to this level now. And reverse quickly, and we've come up again and pulled back. So you don't know whether it's making attempts to push up and it's going to come tumbling down. And in the end of the day, then we end up with a range. So that's part of the reason why I never took that. Now, if I had some sort of other information that buyers are still strong, then maybe instead of just taking 2 points on a trade like that, I may get in for 4 points and get out the tops, or 6 or 8, or even maybe follow my stop after each swing, in which case I'd have got taken out there. But if I'm only getting 3 or 4 trades a week for a couple of points, as opposed to 2 or 3 trades a day, what it was during COVID, then doesn't it make sense, if the conditions are right, instead of taking 2 points, just to try and maximise my profits out of one trade? I mean, if I only get 4 trades in a week, 2 points a go, that's 8 points. If I can get 8 points in one trade, it's going to massively change things. Move to break. Yeah, I mean, you can, that you can do, sure. A lot of the times it does come back and take you out, but is it worth sacrificing a possible trade for a big number? As long as you're out of break even or break even for 1, it's not costing you anything. Theoretically, you've got a risk-free chance of getting 6 or 8 points. That's why I do same as Thomas Wade. See, he does it with a runner, doesn't he? But the thing is with Thomas, he trades, I think, 6 contracts and one of them's a runner. Now, I know Max suggests you don't use any more than 25% of your contracts on your runner. But as I only trade 2 and 1 contracts, it's not that simple to trade, with 2 contracts. But that's why I thought about maybe bookmap or order flow. If I can see a picture that is likely to go up, see, ordinarily, if I was going to trade that and I was going to have a runner on there, I'd expect to get out before these highs, which is about 2 points. I'd suggest thereabouts. Just under, yeah, it's about 2 points. But I would have suggested get out before these highs. But I mean, look, it continued to go. So as opposed to taking 2 points, if you follow each of these swings up, where are you? Okay, so if you follow each swing, you stop there, aren't you? That swing, and so on. So there's nearly 4 times the amount of profit. So that for me is a good week of profit trading 2 contracts. So I'm just wondering which is the best, what's going to give me the best bang for my buck. Is it going to be bookmap, learning to read that properly, that the chance that is looking like it's going to go up, or is it footprint or order flow, whatever it is? you know, the bars with all the numbers in, which I don't know a lot about, but the lag I was describing has gone now. If anyone else has used Apex Trade, okay. Yeah, we had lag the other day. This was up to 200, the NQ, and it completely froze. This was up about 25, and there was a lot of chatter in the Discord that was happening. So I think the key is, if you've got the lag information up here, once it starts to go red, just maybe sit tight. I have got I mean, you can, if you go into adjust time and date, wherever it pops up, decides to pop up. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Oh, it's hidden behind something here. Yeah, I mean, you can just click sync, and that helps sort it out. But if it's a lag issue because of something slow, then and you know, maybe that's it. But yeah, you'd have to use micros. Maybe, you know, what is it? Is it 10 micros per point? Is it? Yes, 10 micros per point. So if you were trading with 2 contracts, I don't know, you maybe do 15 ticks, 15 micro ticks and 5 ticks on the runner. Trouble is, you're eating into your profits there with the amount of phase. There's a lot more phase. The trouble is, one of the things that frustrates me about Thomas is I see him take something like that and he'll let it go for 4 or 5 or 6 points and come back and stop him out. And I've seen him do that twice in a row, potentially losing 9 or 10 points. I think personally he would be financially better off just taking the full contracts at 2 points. But you know, Max always talked about the runners as a personal thing, so you know, it's up to people how they want to work. But I have seen him, you know, on a lot of trades, just 4, 5, 6 points and then lose it all. Whereas I think Mac generally follows each bar. It's a shame to let it go for 6 points and just not take anything out of it. Yeah, so it's hard to see what's going to go on now. So if I'm looking at Bookmap now, market generally moves towards the larger contracts. It's a bit hard to work out. See, 157.75, there's about 250 orders, which is probably more there than there is down, but I don't know. Still, it's coming down, isn't it? I've got no idea. I don't know enough about it, really. Now, is this an overshoot, or is this maybe something like that? Let's have a look. Maybe it's not. So we've hit all-time highs. We've had a double top, a lower high, a possible failure, and we're down to the EMA now. There's no way I can go short there at the moment because we're in this uptrend. So let me just have a look at this. It's power still speaking. I think we can get rid of that now. Yeah, I don't know enough about reading Bookmap. Perhaps I should look into it. I think the good thing about Bookmap is you can watch it live on YouTube for free. Okay, so there does certainly seem to be more orders up here, but well. So, try to go one strike highest possible failure, which is triggered. Now, I just have a feeling we're going to have a break here. It looks like we've got a leg down. We might not. Think about Mac's system. It's simple and it works absolutely, yeah. I think the only thing I would add to it, because there isn't as many setups, is some kind of an indicator, whether it be bookmap or order flow, just to try and maximize profit, because that triple test rocketed up. And instead of getting 2 points, I could have got 8 points getting out up here. So it's a shame, really, to take a small amount when there's a lot more available. Now, you don't know this. Certainly on my system, you don't. But I believe there are bits of software to show maybe aggressive buying up there. So it just may be worth trying to hold on to a trade a little bit longer. Or, as you say, is, once we get 2 points away, just put it at break even +1. Theoretically, you've got a risk-free trade. Now, you might lose a potential 2 points, but you won't lose it, but you might give up 2 points of profit. But if it does push up, it may be a better option. Volume indicator is good. See, I did. Now look, I did put something on here yesterday. What's that? I put this on there. I put my at the bottom. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I don't got a clue what it means. It's that what was it? That one there, order flow volume profile. When you see a big green volume bar that indicates, yeah, I need something down the bottom. I don't know what the hell that is. I've just never used it. But how do you get it down the bottom? That's different. Yeah. How do you get it, Jay? How do I get it down the bottom, bud? I'm assuming it'll be in here somewhere. Volume per candle. Volume per candle. Let's have a look. Where am I looking? Oh, you don't use NinjaTrader. Okay. So we've got volume zones, volume up and down, volume profile, volume counter. Would it be that? Let's have a look. Volume only works on volume based. Okay, I'm assuming you've got to have volume up here. Okay, that's fair enough. I need to find out. I'll do a little bit of fishing around tonight. But yeah, if you've got volume down here, it'll give me an idea if there's volume. If there is volume coming in and I take a trade like that, I suppose it helps me. Okay, 2 legs down. We've had a break here. Let's have a look. We've got a channel break, new low. If we can get a higher low here and a higher low here, I will take a trade there. I like to give myself a chance to get trapped. Try to go one stroke, twice failure, came down, pushed up. If we get a higher low, it'll stop out that possible failure. See whether we're going to push down and retest the underside. No, that changes now, doesn't it? Sorry. Let's just unlock that so I can move it up. So, new all-time highs. Let's lock that off. So, leg and a leg. So, this looks okay. So, we've got a channel, a break, a new low. It needs to be a bit stronger than this, though. Let's have a look. Anyone else having connection issues? How you doing, Marlon? Rhythmic keeps locking out. Nothing for me, mate. I haven't seen any issues on the Discord. Anybody else having issues? Somebody mentioned something earlier, but that was with something else, wasn't it? Quant Tower. Oh, that's a different piece of software, isn't it? Quant Tower. Look, someone mentioned something earlier, but it wasn't with. It was with Tradeovate, I think, bud. restart. Yeah, give it a restart, mate. See, give it a restart, give it a kick. That usually sorts things out. So we got a break. New low by the looks of things. Some orders coming at 52.50, which is around about this bottom. Okay, there is a higher low there. I would like to see that break above there. I'm not taking that just at the moment because we've got a channel with a break. It may come down and make a new low. So that for me is just a little bit weak. So it would be a failure, unfortunately. So I'll try to go once, try to go twice. There's a failed second entry long there, which is triggered and still active. So we may have a correction, or we may just have a channel with a break and a new low. Either way, I can't get involved. Let me have a little blowout. So we got a push up, correction, a push up. Maybe. Yeah, there may be something larger like that. I don't know. In which case we could have a leg and a leg, so I ain't getting involved in here. This is coming down for another leg, in my opinion. I think there is a bigger channel there. I wouldn't sweat it, but it kind of looks right. So let's just keep an eye on this. But I want a couple of decent legs and a nice setup. Someone who uses smart money concept is based on Wyckoff. I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. So we've made a new all-time high, and we may be having a correction, possibly. Good afternoon to you, Thomas. How you doing? Remind me where you're from. Are you UK or are you US? Or someone else more exotic? Oh, you're French. Ah, of course you are. Of course you are. No, of course you are. Now I remember. I won't even attempt to do some of my French on you. I'll save you the embarrassment. Yeah, quiet day, but yeah, I'm good. I'm all good. I'm all good. Happy days. Okay, this seems like we're pushing up now. You know, I'll get in a push. Greetings from Argentina. Argentina. Right, what are we doing here? Leg down, break, new low. Are we now pushing up? It certainly looks like we may be. I don't know though. Is that working off that? No. Okay, that can come down there. And that is in a nice position. Nice touch, nice touch, nice touch. Fits beautifully along the top. So leg and leg, are we now going to come down? I don't know. I don't know whether this thing is running out of steam a little bit. And we need a break. No, I just use it as a tool for the yes, but I don't trade it. Too complicated. It moves too quick for me. It's too scary for me. That's only for real men. No, I just use it as like an anchor chart, I call it, just to... It sort of gives me a second opinion. If I'm looking for a long ear, I just want to make sure it's giving me the same sort of signals. Although it does seem to be as popular, if not more popular than the ES to trade, so maybe in the future. J from Mac. Things normally slow down and get choppy after the regular session opening. Siesta. So we can see more mixed trade. Yeah. Price are up, yeah, for sure. There is a possible failure there, I don't know. It's just not pushing up very strongly there, which is making me be a little bit concerned about going long. I mean, you could adjust this channel in quite a few ways, actually. I had it before. See, there is a possibility of having that, and it's kind of a two-tiered channel. We spent a lot of time in there. We've only got 2 touches, but it fits nice at the top, and it visually looks like it fits. So it's a bit, I don't know, what do you guys think? It visually looks nice. It's working nicely off that midline. Touch at the top touch. So I think that's okay. Now, ordinarily, I wouldn't like to miss a lot of this, but if it's bullish enough, sometimes it just never comes back to the bottom. I mean, we're in a channel at the moment on the... after this push down, we started a channel. Same again after we pushed down. So we're very similar. So there is a failure there. There is a possible home. Yeah, for me, it's losing a little bit of momentum now. So I would be inclined to just, unless it continues up, just sit back a little bit now and maybe go and make a cup of tea. Because so we've got this channel, we've had a break and we've had a new low. So there is a higher low there, but the bar's naff. We got 3. We got a triple top there. So I'm not sure. This seems like it's losing a little bit of momentum to me. So we may get, copper isn't a bad idea. Yeah, it works wonders for me. Let me have a bigger look at this. Let's just check I'm not missing anything. Yes, there's always a possibility. It's hard to judge that at the moment. I mean, you'd need to come down here and bounce here before you thought there was a bigger channel. So it's the small channels really where we want to be reading and making the money. It is working now, but I don't know whether that's losing momentum. It's a bit choppy here. It's making me nervous. about going long. So on that note, I am just going to take a quick 3 to 5 minute break. Make myself a nice cup of tea. And I will be back. So yeah, it's struggling here a bit, isn't it? So I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I'll be back 3 to 5 minutes. Okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, see, the NQ is going up. Not too bad. But this seems to be, ES seems to be struggling at the moment. So it's not filling me full of confidence looking for a long at the moment. I think I should probably put that back. That looks okay, I think. Perhaps this is just a break. I had a bigger uptrend from the first 3 low swings. The first 3 low swings. From down here, did you, Thomas? Yeah. What about here? Yeah, I did try that. Actually, funny enough, actually, now that's broken, that actually looks even better. Well done, dear boy. Maybe this is sucking in some shorts. I don't know. This is coming down now. So, yeah, I like that, I think. Let's add a bit of colour to that, I think. Let's have a look. Touch, touch, touch. I don't think it's that bad. If this does come out here and starts going up, then we may adjust that. It's hard to say at the moment, really. I think I should add some colour to that as well, because that equally doesn't look too bad. So either way, if we've had a break from there, we may assume we're going up. Otherwise, if it is that channel, then we may assume we're going up again. So I just don't like the way this seems to be daisy chaining down. Now, it has triggered that short. And there is a higher low, but it's way too congested for me to take a trade there. If I've misjudged this bigger channel, it's just struggling to get up. And that always concerns me. When it is struggling to get up, sometimes it'll just flush down. Not that I can see a great deal of longs here. But just over. But yeah, there's definitely not a bias. You got that channel too, have you? Yeah. I did do it just for a quick second, but we were in the middle of this one then. But now that's seems to be bouncing. I don't like that it hasn't come up here, but does that really matter? Maybe not. It's definitely a spike we pull back in a channel, isn't it? So let's see where this goes. But it does seem to be struggling to get up. See, there is liquidity. I'm just looking at bookmap on my map. There is liquidity about the 150, which is down here. So whether we have a leg and it's just a break, I have a feeling this is going to come down. It's struggling to get up. Excuse me if you can hear a spoon going. I've just eaten some cold paella from last night. Yeah, I've just stuck it on my. I've just stuck it on my MacBook. It's just the internet one, the one that's showing. Yeah, this looks like it was itching to come down. So, have a look. Let's do that like that. So maybe this just needs a little bit of a correction. Leg down. Maybe this is going to get one on the NQ. It is holding pretty well on the NQ, so may consider this a break then. So leg and a leg. That may encourage a few more buyers taking interest. I'll never take this first one. I always wait for the high-low. Yeah, I know what you're saying. That would probably connect that top a little bit better. So maybe a spike in a channel. Let's just see if it depends how far this comes down. Really, it's hard to adjust it. I mean, depending on where you go from here, I suppose that would be possibly an option. I would like to get these tops in line a little bit. It's hard to say. Touch. Depends where this comes down. If it comes down to that measured move or close enough to it, we may be able to connect the dots. It's hard to say, really. But let's just leave like that for now. Because at the moment, this channel is fitting nice. So if this continues to go up, and we can get a high low above this. Trouble is, that for me is not a significant enough break, really. So, I mean, I can incorporate that relatively easily without changing a great deal. Maybe it is a triple test. My only slight concern is price is under the EMA at the moment, and the EMA is tipping. So if we are going to have a decent correction, it may trigger that and come down to here and stop it out. I think we're losing some momentum on here. It's not going up as smoothly as it has done. So I think we need a decent correction. Maybe a leg and a leg down to here, in which case that stop won't last 5 minutes. So I just, the way we're working down under this EMA and the EMA is dipping, I think we're coming down a bit low. Now, I might be completely wrong, but with just what I'm seeing, the slow momentum, I'm not getting involved here. There is a higher low there. But the trouble is we're very close to the daily highs on here, so I don't like this, what I'm seeing at the moment. It did push, but then it's struggling to close above the EMA. It's just not got the upward momentum. It's not filling me full of confidence. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, it is a higher low, granted, but second entry long. Yeah, I just don't like this at the moment. It may work, but it's not for me. Now this is struggling to get up. And so is this as well. This is going to come down some more, I think. And it's certainly keeping me out of the trade. There is a decent amount that's going to come down. It's struggling to get up. So for me, it needs a bit of a drop. There is some strong orders at 150.25 down here. So I think the chances are this is going to get below there. So that higher low didn't trigger the second entry long. You may have got 2 points off. No, you wouldn't have done. You wouldn't have got a point and a half, depending if you got in on the nail or not, but it would have to push through. So if you got in right on the nail, then you'd have got a point and a half. There we go. That might work. just too sideways for me. Okay, that worked, and the high-low worked. Just worked on my sim, yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'd have taken it on a sim, I'd have taken it on evaluation, but it's sideways and it's struggling to get up. And that's what concerns me. Sometimes when you get that, it just drops quick. So I don't mind missing the trade, that's fine. Didn't feel right. Sometimes they still work. It's just losing momentum for me. Let me have a look. So if you took it a tick above there, see, you'd have got a 1.5 at the moment, depending on where you got out. If you got in right on the nail, you'd have got a 0.5. It would have had to push through. Now, are we going to get a flush down? I believe we are. The thing is, you're going along there above the EMA, above the midline, and it's clearly congested along there. So I grant you it is a higher low, but there's not much room to the highs. If you went a tick above, I mean, it may work, but if you went a tick above it, which would be there, you'd want to be out really there, and it'd have to push through. So there's a point available. So it's just not worth the risk for me. The signals I'm getting is prices struggling to move higher, and when that happens, it often comes flushing down, and it's triggered that big bullish bar there, and it's starting to come down. So it's just congested for me, so it just doesn't feel safe. So gonna break 1, 2 legs down. So yeah, maybe that wasn't terrible. I'm not a massive. I'm unsure about the channel for starters, which is why I'm just that I don't know. I grant you it's a triple test, but something doesn't feel right. I just don't take it. But price is pushing up, and it is struggling to get above that EMA, and the EMA is starting to tip. So it's just a congestion, a little bit uncertainty. I just have a feeling this is going to come flushing down because it's struggling to get up. Okay. I saw it happening. It just... So any of these balls now are out of the game. If you're still stayed in it now. The signal for me was it's clearly struggling to get up. Now, it did work. But then when it's struggling to get up, it often does that, just come down. So if you're still in any of that trades, whether it be there, or there, it's taken all those stops out. And it just looked like it was doing that. Or trying to do that, should I say. Which is why I stayed out. But yeah, I mean, it worked. But it may not have got that high before that happened. So it's almost like a reverse bull flag, isn't it? We've got a leg down, sideways and leg down. But whenever it really struggles to get up like that, I tend to stay out of it. Because I can't tell you how many trades I've been in thinking we're going up, and I'm looking for a position, and it triggers you and comes dropping down quickly and takes any possible stops out. But the fact that it worked doesn't necessarily mean, well, it wouldn't mean that I would get in the next time, because the market did exactly what I was expecting it to do. It just did it at a slightly higher level. But I just... What I find now is I just get a feeling if something's not right, or it doesn't feel right. When I see a good trade now, I'll usually just jump straight in because it'll look right. But sometimes if something doesn't look right, that gut feeling, it pays dividends. Well, look at that, straight down, all them stops out. Now, granted, if you'd have got a point or 2 points or whatever, it would have worked for you. But if you've got traders waiting, and there will be traders taking maybe something like that, and with the aim of getting out somewhere up here, they all just got, put down because it's struggling. So I tend to just have a feeling now I either get in or I stay out. But for so long now, this has been slowly pushing up, and this has been struggling, which tells me it's in line for a drop. So the thought process was correct. So trouble is now what we're going to do. So now I wonder, I am hopefully going to adjust this in a minute till we get the tops fitting somewhere. I don't know where this is going to work, but it does seem to be going up at a slightly shallower level. Is that word, shallower? I'd like this to come down just a touch further. Shall I put it where I want it to come and see if it does? I just don't like it when it's... let's just put it there. I'd prefer it to come down a little bit further, but I don't bloody know. That's where I want it to come. Let's see if it works. What's this looking like now? See, you may consider that a break. Well, I don't really think it is. No, that looks okay to me. It's close enough. Still fitting at the top. There's a second entry long there. But I'm not sure. This for me, I think it could do with coming down a little bit lower. Excuse me, just a second. Okay. Yeah, it does. I agree. Which is why I adjusted it a fraction. Maybe we're going to have another leg down. Yeah. Now, I think we are having a break. That looks actually really nice up until the break, which is fine. Okay. So we've come down where I expected it to that measured leg. So now let's have a look at this channel and see if we can make it fit. See, perhaps that's the answer. Put the channel where you want it to come and it comes to you. Makes a change. No. I don't think it'll do that again, but... so we've had a leg and a leg here. And a leg and a leg here. I've got to say, this week's been definitely more challenging week to trade. We made a new high there, strong push up. It's been very challenging this week. So, leg. That measured move. In fact, we've already done it once, haven't we? Something like that, wasn't it? Okay, leg and leg. Now let's see if we may pick up a bit more momentum. So, leg and a leg, break. Trouble is, this time we've gone up. The other times we've gone up to the top of this channel, we've got the top there, come back to the bottom, got the top there, come back to the bottom. This time, we've only just managed to get above that EMA, which is probably why we've had that break. So, what are we going to get now? A new high and then something else, or are we going to go sideways? I'm still not full of confidence in going along at the moment. So I'm just having a bit of a day being a coward. So we have had our flush down, so I feel a little bit less concerned it's going to do that now. But we still are struggling to get up. See if we can get a high-low here. Might get in there. It's just not touching anything here. That's what's concerning me. Okay, regardless of that, we've had a leg and a leg. Come on. Come on, slow down for us. Yeah, it's had a flush down now, so it's making a move, isn't it? There is liquidity at 62.5, which is just above here. I'd like to trigger that short if possible. Ah, yeah. Okay, so if we've had that break, we've made a new high. We've struggled to get up to the same level at the top here and again, so I don't know whether we're going to start to go sideways now. We could end up going into a little bit of a range. I wouldn't be shocked at all. We struggle with momentum there. The last 3 times we've been up here, that one pretty close and then sideways and up again. So right at the top, we struggle this time. And now we've had a break. We're struggling again, so I would suggest, me personally, I think it's more likely we just go sideways for a bit. Tough day. Excuse me, downtrend for yeah. I don't think I'm ready for my downtrend just yet. So, possibly, maybe. I think it's probably more sideways than down at the moment. It may change. Depends how you've got this channel. I mean, I just don't like this channel. I don't like the fact that I'm forced to put it in the middle of that bar. Really, you would think here or here would be the most obvious place. But then if you go off that swing, I don't know, is the answer, the simple answer. Depends where you go from. This fits a bit nicer, but I think either way we've had a break at the moment. I was typing a new drag. Oh, the downtrend, you mean, or this bit? I just don't know. We've got to come from somewhere. I don't think we can just come from the middle of a bar somewhere. So is it a downtrend? I don't think so at the moment. We just got a leg down, sideways, and a break, and now we've pushed in. I think it's more sideways. It looks more congested to me at the moment. I've put this box here because I have a feeling what I'm looking at, struggling momentum, we may range for a little bit. And I've put that there, and sure enough, we seem to be coming down. So Short of the triple test, off the top to the range. Yeah. Generally, I tend to not do it. One, I'm not very good at picking tops or bottoms. And two, because we're going up, I tend to only really look for shorts unless something dramatically changes. But so we've come down and bounced there. So I think it's rangy. I'm not very. It's not one of my strong points, put it that way, picking tops and bottoms. I mean, if you watch one of Mac's videos, he'll say he loves trading ranges. They're easy. He just shorts the top and buys the bottoms, but it's not always that simple. See, I won't be going long here off the bottom. Let me have a look. Because there is sell orders just below 54, which means the midline. So I don't know whether we are having problems getting up now, and we may start something different. You're in with 4 contracts, were you? Balls of steel, mate. Balls of steel. Which one did you take? That one there? So we got that one, that one, that one. You say triple test. So that 1, 2, 3. Or did you take that one? I think triple test would be probably here. And it came down a bit. What did you say you got? I can't remember. 90% off trade. Yeah, okay. Yeah, being bored. It's 90% trade. Yeah, absolutely. So I like streaming. You've got someone to talk to. Nothing worse than being stuck in a room by yourself. Yeah, I can't go long here because there is some liquidity up here, so it could sting you. That's just too far for me to go long, really. It would have to be... well, that bar there, it would have to sit like that for me to even consider going long, because we are struggling to go up. So maybe we will eventually. I don't really know. Not the breakout triple test. Yeah, not that one. Yeah. So you'd have got, what did you got there? 6 ticks or something. Let's have that. Yeah. It is frustrating that it goes out, ticks you out for 4 or 5 ticks, and then drops like a bloody stone. That's why I never got in there. I was just expecting that. It came a little bit later than I was expecting, but can't tell you how many times I've got into trades here like that and just woof, it fries your brain. Second point, my stop was 4 points. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it does make a difference, doesn't it? I mean, it clearly looks like it's ranging anyway, so yeah. I mean, I wish this strategy, well, I mean, I don't know. It would be nice to have a little bit more space. 1 tick above a signal bar sometimes just doesn't feel enough. Sometimes on the odd occasion, usually, if we're in a trend day, usually I'll give it an extra tick. I used to say in a lot of cases it saves you, but it doesn't seem to be many lately. In fact, I can't remember the last time I was saved for a tick. That bar yesterday, if I'd have given it 2 ticks, I think I would have been okay, but the trade obviously worked. But it is frustrating to get taken out by a tick and then it to go in the same direction. But yeah, it does piss you off, I've got to say. Yeah, it's doing a lot of this stuff lately. You see, are you on about? Did you ask me that a bit ago? Or was that someone else? I did put that down, but it could be. Is the answer? I don't know. And the reason I say that is I'm still not a massive lover of these channels. They're just sort of, I don't know. I mean, I would suggest that might be the option, but I don't like the fact, can it just sit in the middle of a bar? I don't think I've done it that way. And if you look at that, apart from that, got a touch. Maybe it is. But actually, it doesn't look that bad. In which case, it may continue on up. I got no idea. At the moment, we're just going sideways. Is it a channel down? I don't think so at the moment. If the trouble is, if you put a channel down, I think you'll naturally be thinking about going for shorts. And as we're moving up, you know, we go up, we go sideways, we go up, we go sideways, we go up sideways. We've had a little bit of a pullback now, but we're still going sideways. So I would say law of averages, we're still going to go up. So if you do a downtrend, if you draw a downtrend, you'd naturally be thinking about taking shorts. And that might be right, because I'm not a lover of this channel, but until I get some sort of clear signal that the trend is over and we're doing something else, I'm just sort of staying out of it. I mean, we're going sideways. We had a break out the top, pull back in strong. We had a break out the bottom, pulled in strong. So that tells me we're respecting this channel at the moment, and we're going sideways. And usually when we go sideways in an uptrend, we'll eventually carry on, like we did after this, and after this. You have the same channel as your yellow one. Yeah. I think it's about as good as we've got. What I don't like, and to be honest with you, trading max, can we put it in the middle of a bar? Does it matter? I mean, it's not an exact science. I suppose it's sat between those two bars, the red ones, so maybe it is. But we're pretty neat at the top, and we've, but sometimes you've just got to do the best you can. So, we've had a leg and a leg, a leg and a leg, leg and a leg, leg. Makes sense to go up. Although we don't seem to be moving up in a hurry, so are we losing that momentum up? We've bounced off all-time. I think a couple of times ago we bounced off all-time highs, tried to go a bunch of more, and then all of a sudden it tanked. And I think the market dropped something like about 60 or 70 points by the end of the day. So as we've bounced, we've had a double top, a matching high there, and created a new high. So are we now going to have multiple attempts to go up? The longer it does this, my experience is eventually it'll come down quickly and drop. So whether it will or not, I don't know. But my experience is when it's struggling to grind up, eventually it'll come down. And we've had a fair size move today. So I wouldn't be surprised if we come, if I came back in a couple of hours and the market's down here somewhere. But that might not. Sometimes when you think it can't go up any higher, it just continues on up. But it usually continues slowly but consistently, and this isn't. So mind you, there is liquidity again at 160, which is all-time highs, or just below it. So maybe we'll push up and retest this. I don't know. It was sitting right on the top of the spike up, which is a key level. Okay, we're getting quite close to this liquidity. There's just under 300 orders up here. We're just over now. We are struggling to get up. I really leg and a leg. If we can get to this or close, I really do think we're going to have a very strong push down. I really wouldn't be surprised. I'm just going to put that there just for purely for the fun of it. But this is what I would say, especially when it's struggling to get up. Now there is liquidity at 60, which is just below that line there. Current highs. So I might be completely wrong, but I'll put that there just for the fun of it. See what happens. If it works, that would make me godlike. I doubt it will. Okay, sitting right on that measured move. Oh. Come on, let's have this big drop I'm predicting. Now drop. It's definitely been a challenging week. There's no arguing there. I'll trade that. Woof, woof, woof. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Lots of swinging around, isn't it? No sort of nothing flowing. There's little moments of clear. So, I genuinely think this is going to come down. Now, have we got a shoulder? A head? Are we going to get a shoulder and then down? It's a bearish pattern, isn't it? Let's see. Yeah. That's on a break. 2 legs, 2.5 high, isn't it? Yeah, it's even worse when there's not a lot of volume. That's a thought. Is it lunchtime in the East Coast? I suppose it is, isn't it? What times do a lot of traders have lunch? Midday? Suppose so, do they? Thank you, it's been a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of why I like having both charts. Sometimes if I'm thinking long here, but it's a little bit messy, sometimes this is a little bit clearer. Yeah, granted. I mean, it's fitting in quite a tighter range, isn't it? A lot clearer. We got a touch. I mean, that for me is clear. We had that initial spike up and we got 3-4 touches there, couple of touches there, there, and we've got that break. In fact, I'll go as far as to adjust that a fraction more so it fits. Yeah, so and yeah, I mean, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, perfect, 2, perfect, 3, 4, 5, perfect. Then there's the break, 2 pushes up to a new high. So that's nice and clear. It's a little bit messy. I've been messing around, up, down, this, that, just trying to chop it. So it makes sense. So based on what I'm seeing there, you would think there's a break and 2 push-ups. Maybe there is, but, maybe it is like that. In fact, perhaps that's why we've got a break, because it is struggling to... but the trouble is we haven't even confirmed the trend, have we, by 3 touches? So I don't really know, to be honest with you. I actually kind of like that now. It visually looks right. Because we got something to touch off there. Maybe a touch there. I don't know. But what I will say is we've had a break on it and 2 pushed up to a new high. So let's consider that the same. We've had a break here. 2 pushes up to a new high. So we need to know what to do now, don't we? So I've drawn that just for the fun of it, just to see if it comes tumbling down. I don't know whether it will or not, but when it's really struggling to get up. Let's pull it out of the way, otherwise it's just going to look a bit messy. But we are struggling to get up. You want lunch? Yeah. So, depends how you draw that. There could be a second entry along there. Because it's working so slow. I'm not really comfortable with taking this. It could be a second entry long. Depends how big the risk is.
Order submitted.
One leg, two legs. It's a bit congested for me. No,
Order cancelled.
3 bars stacking back to back. It's struggle to get out. It may work, but I'm staying out of it. It's clearly congested. I like the way it's bounced a few times off the top of this. That's the one thing going for it. Yeah, I don't like this. 3 or more bars back to back. It may work, but I'm not a fan of it. I just don't like that. It's probably going to work. You can hear the buy orders come in. Excuse me. I know there's a ton of sell orders there. So if you want to tick above there, you may not have got 2 points. So where's it's there, isn't it? So you'd have squeezed 2 points out of that, I think. Or would you have done? It's hard to say. Yeah, it's a tough day. As Max says, 3 or more bars stacked side by side. They don't get any more stacked than that. And it is very much sideways, so you just don't know whether it's going to trigger you and then come down. I'd say it's more likely to work that, but that for me is just, you know, I like to try and pick these real high probability trades, and that for me was just a little bit congested, which made it just a little bit of a riskier trade. 2 points exactly, yeah. Yeah, it's got to push through. It seemed to hit the 2.25 points. It may go higher. It may smash through that. It quite possibly will. But I just throw 3 bars there, straight away congested. Yeah, they are, yeah. Trouble is, you jump in here and buy, comes down, you jump in sell, goes up. It is very sideways, and it does seem like it's working up. But I've been in trades like this before. They really struggle to get up, and they come tumbling down. It happened there. It was struggling to get up, and then we had that quick whip down and taking any stops. So I just don't like it when it's struggling to get up. It just fills me full of dread. Both the trend line and the EMA, yeah. Yeah. Granted, yeah. I mean, you would think there'd be a good place to take a long there. It was so close to all-time highs again. It may work. I just have this sort of strict thing that if something doesn't feel right, I just stay out of it. If I took that trade and it failed, and I sent that picture to Mac, he'd say it fell because it's clearly congested. So I know in my own mind, Mac will say 3 or more bars stacking side by side. There's 3 bars and they're perfectly stacked. So for me, there's a red flag there. It did work for 2 points, and it may continue on up. Matt will probably mark it. Well, the trouble is, Mac will say 3 or more. He probably will because it works. But 3 or more bars, we've heard him say it many times, 3 or more bars stacked side by side congested. You can clearly see the congestion along there. And it is choppy. So for me, it's just unsafe. I don't know whether there is a bigger something or other going there, is there? Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, it's just, how would you put it? Maybe there. It's hard to say. He will give it a green, yeah, maybe. Trouble is, the thing is, he calls them high probability trade. He calls them. He'll put a green arrow there, and he'll call it a slightly more aggressive trade. But every single one of his slightly more aggressive trades I've ever seen in Mark always work. So, yeah, I tend to leave the slightly more aggressive ones alone. That one yesterday, I think it was a good setup just by the nature of the size of the bar. I would absolutely categorize that as a high risk trade. Yeah, as a risk aggressive, I'd say, yeah, pretty aggressive trade, no doubt there, just purely because the size of it was double the size of most other bars. I mean, it was a 6-point bar. We're averaging 3 points, so it was unusually big. It moved quick, and I liked the setup, so I didn't give myself long enough to look at the size of the bar. But he does talk about this all the time, you know. But yeah, I will definitely say that the fact that it's the EMA and the trend channel, which in a nice place. Ordinarily, I'd say, yeah, absolutely. But the bit that just put me off was that bit. And whenever I get that feeling that there's a red flag, I have to listen to it, because if I go against that I think there's a red flag, one, I punish myself, and 2, that's when I tend to go on tilt. So I've just decided now that I just have to follow the rules and I have to follow my feelings, you know what I mean? But I don't mind giving up a trade, but, you know, I've said this for the last hour or so, it's struggling to get up. And when that happens, I've been in trades before and they just come rocketing down. And under the circumstances here, it does look like it's going to continue up. I mean, the NQ is grinding up slowly, but it's going up a bit quicker than this. But I know we've got all-time highs here, and I know it could hit them or can get close to them. Maybe traders take profits, and then it may send it towards the downside. But I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? I would suggest if it does break above this, it might do it with a little bit of a pop. Let's now have another look at this channel. Maybe we just go from here and miss this, eh? Does it really matter? It's close enough. It just feels a bit unnatural. What if I put it there? Does that make any difference? If I take that down to there, oh, I don't bloody know. I mean, it's not bang accurate anyway, is it? Let's put it there for now. Let's try and find a happy medium. We got a touch and a touch. Let's leave it like that. Yeah, I mean, it may come back in an hour and a half, and it may be up here. It's always possible. I'm glad it marked my trade yesterday, although slightly more aggressive, which I will agree with. So that plan's out the window. Okay, some strong buying coming in now. Okay, touch. Now, what are we doing now? Are we now going to get this big, massive drop? Or am I full of shit? Still, yeah, where is the... in fact, I don't even know where this is. Where are we? Well, hello, up there. Is this all-time highs up here? I'd probably say it probably is, isn't it? It can't be far behind, or yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Time highs. Still right. Okay, this is still seems to be working okay. This. This has actually been very clean all day. There's a little break, and it's just carrying on. It's definitely pushing up a lot smoother than this is. This is, yeah, I don't like it when it's slow. What was me? Time highs, yes, scary area, yeah, it is. Especially now as it's hit it about 5 times, isn't it? Twice there, a few times there. So are we going to get this move? So it depends how you look at this. I mean, we've had a break on the NQ and we've had a new high. So I'm guessing we've probably done the same here, depending on how you look at it. So it could reverse. We do seem to be having some sort of a top. How far are we up for the day? Well, we're about up here. So we're a little bit above it. So the best part is 75 points. Excuse me. Okay, so we're dropping a bullish bar. So we've got another break from this smaller channel. Yeah, that's all you can do, mate. Sit on your hands. Doesn't feel comfortable going long because of what's happening all day. Going short isn't the best idea at the moment either, which is why sometimes the thing just turns tail and just drops. So whether it will or not, but the volume is low. See, we're coming up to 12:30, so you get some traders back for lunch. What are they going to do up here? Take profits or enter or what? Who knows? So we've had this. We've had sort of a couple of legs down, maybe a couple of legs up. Is it time for a move in another direction? God only knows. So let's see if this big bullish bar, that's triggered now. Let's see what happens. Are we going to get a lower high? And it's definitely been tough the last few days for sure. Yesterday, after I took that trade, there was a lower high and there was a failure. So at least there was a few trades there in quite quick succession. But I got to say, I can't remember the last time I saw a really good solid setup. We get them few and far between. So you have to just learn to be a little bit smart and a little bit slyer, don't you? And think, okay, this looks like what I think it is. You do have to take slight more risk, I think, sometimes. I mean, if you just sat and wait for that perfect setup, you may only get one or two in a week. I don't know. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. Maybe it's just the way things are at the moment. Sometimes, you know, you can be sitting around for ages and you get nothing. All of a sudden, you get two at once. A couple of months, you guys are waiting for the home runs and they never come. Yeah, it's definitely tougher. I don't know why, whether it's... I mean, I've heard people talk about the algorithms, maybe they've tightened up and, you know, the market weeds out stocks, but I don't know enough about the technical side of trading. You know, as a retail trader, I've never spent any time in, you know, in the banking industry. I've never mixed with other traders, so you tend to not know the ins and outs of how everything works. I mean, it may continue up. It may just be a slow day. But usually when we get a really strong trend, what I've found is the ATR drops, and it's at 2 at the moment. So we have done a lot of pushing up sideways, and then we've had this sort of correction. So, we come back later, we could be up here really. So maybe I should just think about trading in that direction and maybe not. I do wonder whether I overthink, and sometimes I talk myself out of trades. But for me, it just doesn't make sense going long into all-time highs, especially when we've been up there once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times, and it's all closed below. And the last bar closed with a relatively bearish bar. But, at the end of the day, if we get a second entry long, if there's enough buyers buy and enough sellers, then. But as we've created this here, you would think there would be some sell stops above here somewhere, trying to pick a top. We have a couple of legs down, a small pullback and down again, but it is hard to say. As I say, I don't know enough about the technical side. I counted max trades, and yeah, I know. Yeah, the thing is, it is a lot easier to mark a chart after the fact, isn't it? When you know exactly where it went, it's quite easy. But in real time, I mean, I've heard Max say on a number of occasions he takes 2 to 3 trades a day. Well, that's what he used to. Maybe that's slowed down. So if there really was a dozen high probability trades a day, he'd be taking them. You'd be foolish not to, wouldn't you? So I don't think you can. You can't mark a trade without prejudging it, can you? Because we know what happened. And it is so easier. So if you took that big bullish bar, thinking, okay, we're a little bit of a break here, a strong push up, what happened? It triggers you, and it looks like it's coming down. Now, whether we have 2 legs back and we do push up some more, it's always possible, but I don't like this at the moment. It's not filling me full of confidence. Barely can watch Mac anymore. He's like Oprah. He is a lovely guy, though. He is a lovely guy, but you do wonder sometimes whether it, because he's an experienced trader. I often wonder if he remembers what it was like. You know what I mean? Feel better if Matt would mark some trades that failed. Yeah. Or at least at the end of the day, say, okay, those are the trades I've marked. These are the trades in real time that I would have taken. That one I would have taken. That one I'd have taken. The rest, in other words, what he considers as really the high probability trades. Because there isn't a dozen high probability trades. There just isn't. I stopped watching about 3 years ago. They're all perfect trades. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I think what he's done for traders is brilliant. He's a lovely guy. But, I don't know whether if you got newer traders and they're thinking, why aren't I finding a dozen trades a day? And I think then they try to take more trades and slightly more risky trades because they think, why is Mac marking that many trades? If there's that many trades, I'm missing some. And I think sometimes it can go against you. I don't mean that nastily. But it just be because he's so experienced, he's used to things the way it is. At least, yeah, they do, yeah. Yeah, they do. I have messaged him about it before, and he said it, you can tell if you listen, what trades that I would have taken. I'm thinking, well, why not just say? But I don't know. He's probably been asked a million times. He's got his reasons. The reason I think is because he'll take trades out of his strategy purely and simply because he can, and he's been doing it long enough. Like I say, I see this bull flag pattern. At a point I might start taking a trade, but if it's no setup, you can't take it as max. And if he does take a trade that's out of his teachings, he'll probably get a million messages saying, why'd you take that? That's, you don't teach us that. So I think that's why he tends to keep quiet about how he trades, because I think he's obviously, he's naturally developed, his own way. But he's got to have some sort of a format to teach people. He can't teach us what time and experience could teach. Only time and experience can teach you those things. He has to have some sort of a strict format. And if it just gets too complicated and too detailed, just makes things more complicated. So he makes it simple, and the rest you sort of figure out yourself, in time. So just quickly on this NQ, that seems to be working up nice, slow but nice. We've had 2 legs back. So let's just see now if we can get a high low, then there may be an option for a long trade. Who knows? Before prop firms, lots of same amounts. Absolutely. Yeah. Marks can't be taken. Absolutely, yeah. You can't take them in real time because sometimes you just never quite know. When you look at a chart after, you can't. You know what happened, so you can't unsee it. And you'll never treat it with the same respect as you would when you sat in front of a live chart. Because when there's money involved, you can't go, I take that. You have to be super strict. So you would naturally cut things down. Yeah, you do, absolutely. Are you taking trades on NQ? No, Kev, how you doing, bud? I just use this as like because they move very similar. I just use it as like a second opinion. So if I'm looking to go long here, I just want to check that I'm seeing the same signal on here, and it gives me the confidence to take a trade then. Or if it's looking bullish on here, but it's looking slightly bearish on here, the conflicting bits of information keep me out of trade. So it just helps me out, really, if you like. Have a look. Can I incorporate that in? Hell, no. I'm just going to get rid of this and start again. Yeah, it does help me out. So I'm wondering whether that... Do you know what? We've had a leg up. We've had a correction. I actually like that. We've gone from here to here to here. That visually looks nice to me. We've got a leg and a leg. I think we have got a measured leg there. So let's just be careful what I'm doing here. Not far off. So that to me doesn't look that bad. Yeah, somewhere along those lines. So we may still be in this bigger channel. It's hard to say. So 2 legs down. If we can start to push up and get a higher low, then maybe an option. We'll see. Yeah, you're right. It's a story while the failed second entry. Word ignores the reasons why it absolutely cannot. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. When you mark a chart that you can see what happened, you can't trade the same. You absolutely can't. So, what are we doing? I would feel much more confidence if I had this channel and it worked like that. Maybe there's something like that. It would fit. See if we can get a higher low here. This is looking like it's going to continue up. We've come off the bottom. We've had a bit of a break. Call that 2 legs down. See if we can get a higher low and out for the tops. It's just going to go without us, I think. Yeah, he does. I like Marco. He's a nice guy. He's always helped me out. If ever I've needed help in, my sort of earlier days, he's always given me good, solid advice. Never been judgmental in any way. He's always helped me out, Marco. So I got a lot of time for him. But I know he's been a little bit ill lately. I don't think it's nothing serious. He's been spending time with family and just been a little bit ill, which is why he hasn't done his bar by bar. But when you're trading all day, you're sort of making sure you're keeping in with the Facebook, and then because it's easy with streaming, all I do is just get it to record and chat. Whereas if you're recording it, it's a bit different. You've got to set it up. It takes a bit more time. It takes 5 minutes. This, yeah, he's been a bit ill. I don't exactly know what like, but that's why he stopped for a while. But what's it does it, doesn't he? Thomas Wade. I always watch Thomas Wade's. Excuse me. I think it's good for a little bit less experienced ones getting the bar by bar analysis as well, because it always helps to get into the mind of a more experienced trader and see what their thought. I think it's important. That's why. There's two reasons why I talk. One, because I think out loud. Anyone, I just generally talk to myself. I'm just one of those slightly mad people who talks to themselves. It's just a form of thinking out aloud. I tend to, when I talk and speak, I tend to hear it a bit clearer myself. And if it helps you guys, my thought, it's interesting to find out what someone else's take on a certain situation. And it may help you if you're thinking along that lines, but you're not sure. If I'm thinking exactly the same way, it gives it a little bit more credibility. So, two heads are better than one and all that. So there's two reasons why I talk. But if it helps you guys, it helps me, guys. I like to hear your opinions, what you think on charts or setups or trades. But if you do mix with other traders and like-minded people who are just as crazy as you, because let's face it, to be able to put up with all this shit day in, day out, you've got to be a little bit mad, haven't you? It just makes life a bit better. It's a lonely old business. I did see a video about depression and suicide in traders, strangely enough. But if you're constantly stressed, especially if you're trading big amounts of money, and you're stuck in a room all day by yourself, it can be probably a little bit daunting at times. You see a failed second hidden there. Failed. You see 2 failed entry shorts. You're on about failed second entry shorts. There's a sort of a long failure, but it hasn't triggered. Not really. We've come back and made a new low, so not really. This is no, not really. Is this going to be this massive tank I've been expecting or not? Where's my? I thought I had a little channel, didn't I? Have I got? Oh, I got rid of it, didn't I? Yeah, I had something like that. Whether it's going to happen or not, I don't know. But I feel we've struggled that much to get up that I just have a feel we're going to have a big push down. So whether we do or not, well, we'll see. I'll put it there again. It was probably about here this last time, I think. But leg. There's likely going to be some stops down there. Leg, 2 legs back. We'll see if this does drop and gets below here and here, and especially this area around here. Then I'd say it's going to come right. We'd have a decent push down if it can get below somewhere like that. But we're at this bottom, so it may hold. Perhaps it is just more sideways than up. I'm enjoying that Sopranos. Don't think I'm weird, but I kind of like that psychiatrist. There's something about her. If I'm weird, just pretend I never said anything. Yeah, it's just something about her. Okay, that's triggered. That bullish bar. Yeah, she is kind of hot, isn't she? She's got something about her I like. Yeah. Ever since time I started seeing her shrink. Knowing me, I get like an 65-year-old old wrinkly wart face one. She's the wife in Goodfellas. Is she really? Let me think. I did recognise her voice. I watched Goodfellas again a few days ago. Let me think. She's what's its wife who died. He died recently. What's his name? I can't think. Yeah, I suppose she might be. I prefer Wendy. Yeah, Wendy's nice as well. Actually, maybe both at the same time might not be an option. Henry. Yeah. I thought so, yeah. He's still alive, that guy, isn't he? Donna from Suits. Oh, yeah, Donna. I mean that, yeah. Definitely. She's stunning, she is. Yeah. She's got that sort of real... Her name is Karen. Of course it is Karen. That's it, yeah. Yeah, all right, yeah. Yeah, Donna from Suits, yeah. In fact, What's It does nothing for me. The other one, Harry's wife, what's her name? Meghan Markle. Does nothing for me, nothing at all. But yeah, Donna's nice, isn't she? She's nice. Definitely nice, Donna. Ray Liotta, yeah. Yeah, he died recently. It's just a shame, isn't it? People are just, I don't know, people are just not living long, are they? Whether they have sort of a heavy life, you know, once you're in the spotlight, your life's not your own, really, so you don't know whether people turn to drink. You just don't know, do you? And what's it, didn't he? Yeah, was he only in his 50s, middle 50s? James Gandolfini. It is a shame. That's no age to die, really. You want to go in your middle 80s, don't you, in your sleep? Karen, yeah, of course it was. This is really hard trading. This is very slow. The trouble is, the slower it is, it just doesn't fill you full of confidence. You want to get in a trade and out of a trade, especially as a scalper. Anything longer than about 15 seconds is just torture. And when it's like this, it scares me. Sometimes the slower it moves, the quicker it can move. And sometimes it'll just tank. Let me just zoom out here and have another look at this. Maybe we're... let's just add this on. Add this little bit, see if we can get something to look right. Yeah, I've still got this issue with the... I can't get that to fit right. Let's just put it like that. The top's not too bad. Let's realise the top's okay, so I just don't like the way that finishes or starts right in the middle of that bar. I mean, joining 2 points together is easy, but it's having 3 in the third point. I mean, obviously, if you attach those, that will be your third point, and it's right in the middle of a bar. So it doesn't really make a great deal of sense. So we'll see. Let's have a look. I mean, we've still got this all-time highs up here, so it'll only try so many times before they give up the goat and it'll come down. But it may push through it, come back, retest it, and then it may rocket straight up. It's hard to tell, really. Yellow trend line off the top of the wicks of the spike up. Oh, you on about here? Top of the wicks. Are you on about these wicks here? Yeah, so... yeah, maybe. It's just going through that. See? Lower. See, Mac, you're about there, are you? The trouble is, if you put it there, that's what I don't like. I wanted to try and incorporate that. Maybe we can get away with that bit, but this is a break. Trouble is, if that's a break, we've already made a new high. We could come down, so it's important to get this right, but I can't put it in a place that I feel comfortable with. So maybe I'm best off taking it away. Okay. That makes sense. We've got a leg up, a break, a leg up and sideways. So maybe that is. In fact, sometimes I spend so much time trying to get these channels, and the important thing is, especially if you're only scalping for a couple of points, is to think about the small stuff. In a lot of cases, when I can't get nothing to fit and I look at Marco's channel later, Marco's chart later, he'll forget taking that. So I think that's a channel. We've had a break, and this is another channel. Now we've had a break. And this is another channel. Now we've had a break. So perhaps I should think about this. Now I've got rid of that, it looks much more readable. That's a bit better, actually. Let's maybe. Touched. I don't know. I'm not so sure about this. I think it's more just it's clearly just sideways at the moment, really. Breakout there, little breakout there, that makes sense. And the rest is just sideways. Yeah, it was a shame to finish billions, actually. Mind you, it did finish well. It was a great ending, really. It is a shame, though, when you get into these, just when you really get to know the characters and that, they finish, they go so quick. But I love to binge watch stuff. I'd much rather do it than... I mean, going back years ago, you watch one a week and that'll be it. But it's just torture, isn't it? Waiting a whole week just to watch another 40 minutes. But I do love the fact that you can just binge watch them. I don't know what I'm going to do next. I think I've watched most things. But I'm only just sort of halfway through season 1 of The Sopranos at the moment, so I don't know what I'll do next. Have you really? 3 times. House I watched quite a few times. I did like House. I love Hugh Laurie. I think the character was just priceless. I just love the character. He just does what he wants when he wants, says what he wants. Watching Bodies. I have seen that advertised. Can't think now. Bodies. In fact, I may have even watched a couple of those. It's my wife watching it. I can't think. Oh, yes. I have, I think. It's time travel, isn't it? Isn't it set in 3 places? It goes back to like this 1700s, and then it's like pre-war, isn't it? And then real time. What's this in it? Isn't he the Scouser, the guy from Liverpool? I forget his name now. the little Scouser fella. I forget his name. Yeah. It is. Yeah. The one guy's, the two guys are gay in it, aren't they? Back in the 1940s, I think 40s or 20s, when it was real taboo. Yeah, I did watch that. I haven't watched the last few of them. Was there about is your rhythmic trader running? Yeah, I think so. Yes. Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't see these. Yeah, it is. Yeah, bodies. Yeah, that was all right, that was. Mine stopped tracking. I don't know. I think Breaking Bad I watched twice. That was a great series, that was. Prison Break. I got a bit fed up in the end, Prison Break. It started to get a bit monotonous in the end. And 24, that was going back a few years. When the same people are getting kidnapped every week, you start to think they're running out of ideas. What should I quite liked as well, with Kiefer Sutherland, where I think loads of politicians and that, they all got killed, didn't they? What was that? And he got taken in to be president. That was all. I enjoyed that. Like Bodies and Suits could have a spin-off. They could do. Yeah. I don't know how they think of some of these. Some of the writers in these programs are amazing. God, this is so bloody slow, isn't it? I mean, we're after lunch now and it's not moving, is it? Let's have a look. I mean, it's been volume. There's been, relatively plenty of volume, but we do seem to be going up in 3 steps. Up, pull back, up, correction, up, correction. Are we losing some? We may be losing some momentum up. It may be time for a trip downstairs, but you just don't know. So we've come from the top to the bottom, to the top to the bottom, with a little breakout there and a small one there. 2 legs down to the bottom, 1, 2. So I'd expect to get up here unless it does lose momentum and just tanks. Failed second entry long. About there. What's going on? When it's like this, there's nothing you can really do. It's just there is a certain amount of randomness there. And there is legs. We've got a leg and a leg, a leg and a leg, but it's hard going. Maybe another long day as well, I think. My wife and daughter are out at the moment, so maybe another half an hour. It was a long day yesterday. I went and had a couple of double whiskies. I'm out actually now. I drank the last of my Lechague, so I need to order another bottle. I felt stressed yesterday after finishing. I could feel myself a little bit twitchy, a little bit on edge. Just getting that trade and realise you're in it for 6.5 points. Frightened the life out of me. Especially when you're doing so well, to have a $600 loss. That'll be on 2 accounts. And another $900 over another 3. You don't want that. Start selling t-shirts and coffee mugs with... you just don't know. Have you really? You just don't know. Yeah, have I really? do talk a bit. That will be my next saying. Just don't know. Yeah, if I do say something a lot or do something a lot, just hint to me and tell me to wrap it up a bit. God, this is slow. That's another one, I think. You just don't know. I'm really at those big bars now, just risky, yeah. I've got that in my head now. God, this is slow. So you can't argue with these tops, can you? And that's a fair old move up. Are you done, are you? Where's it done? Oh, I've done 10 trades today. How the hell did you take 10 trades? God, man, you're doing 9 wins. Are you doing the close your eyes and press the button strategy? Mind you, it's obviously a working strategy if it's worked 9 times out of 10. I didn't get to trade today. I feel like I'm trying. I can't wait till tomorrow. Yeah, I know what you mean. I got to say, I'm not a fan of the weekends. I just want Saturday over with. I try and stay in bed as long as I can and go to bed as early as I can. It's like waiting for Christmas morning to get Monday. Sundays I can just about put up with. I think it's Max. I would love to spend the day with Mac, actually, watching him trade. Okay, so we're getting a bit of buying coming in here. There is such a lot of liquidity around the 60 mark, which is around here. So whether they're just trying to pick off tops again. I mean, surely if we can get up here a third time, or close to it, you think we've got to come down. I don't know. 1500 tick chart 1 contract. Oh, on the NQ. Let me have a look. Let me see if I can work out where you went in. Okay, so 2 legs down. There is a higher low there. Probably not that bad, actually, that one. Let me see. It's definitely a cleaner chart. There's no argument there. Now, it depends where you go in, really. So let's say 2 legs down, another retest, higher low. I don't know because we've got the highs there. I wouldn't normally take that, but small risk worked. It's hard to say. Probably something there. Maybe a higher low. Maybe that higher low there. It's definitely a cleaner chart. Unfortunately, I don't trade it. I just tend to use it as a bit of an anchor chart, really. But yeah, it's certainly a better trade, a better chart to trade that. No argument there. I can certainly see a few there for sure. We got a leg down, a break. I'm not sure at the moment because we're under the EMA. When we came back there, that might not have been a bad trade. Clearly worked. 2 nice legs down, push up, come back. Bounce off the EMA, another high low. Wouldn't have taken that because we're close to the tops. Yeah, but it depends on your strategy. if your strategy is completely different to mine, you could have taken 20, 30. There are traders who take 20, 30 trades a day. It depends on your strategy. Who's Mac's son? No, I think someone was saying Akitra is Mac's son because he's taken 10 trades and 9 winners. I don't think he's got a son, has he? I think he's got a daughter, hasn't he? He's quite a private guy. He doesn't talk much about his private life at all, does he? This is hard going. This is. I can't see me taking a trade today. I might knock it on the head in a minute. It's just slow going. I mean, we've had this channel up, and then we've had 2 legs down. We've bounced off the bottom. There is a higher low there, but it's so choppy. I'm not prepared to take that because we've had one attempt to go higher and a second one. I just don't know. It's too choppy for me, and it's too slow. I don't like choppy and I hate slow, so the combination of the two is hard going. So what I will say is we've had a touch. I will say that is a setup and it worked, but in real time, my concern that we've clearly got congestion, we're clearly struggling to go up. Now, the fact that it worked is irrelevant to me. I've changed my mindset. If something's not right, I'll leave it alone. Now, granted, it's a second entry long, but the fact that they are perfect 3 bars back to back, it tells me that that is complete congestion. Now, somebody did say to me, you can trade congestion as long as you know what you're looking at, or as long as you know what you're doing. But that is a little red flag to me. And if I react when I have a little red flag, that's when I tend to beat myself up. So I'd rather stay out. If there's one thing I can guarantee, I won't lose a penny. Average over a dozen trades a day, I bet. Do you really? See, I used to. But then I slowly slowed down. But as I slowed down, my win rate just got better and better. So, I mean, let's think about this. If I'm trading one contract with a $2,500 drawdown, I'm roughly risking 5%. Okay? That's trading one contract. Now, if I can get 4 on average of 4 winning trades a week or 4 winning trades up, that's $400 per week trading one contract. That's say $1,600 a month. All right. Let's say $1,500 a month. With a $2,500 drawdown, trading a 5% risk, I'm making about 65% profit, which is fantastic. Really, if you can make 20% profit a month, you're doing really well. So, even taking 3 or 4 trades a week, I'm happy doing that. My ideal target is $1,000 a month trading one contract, $2,000 a month trading 2 contracts. Even if that is a lot less, with 10 accounts, it can give me a great wage. And if you've got a good wage coming in, $10,000 a month, you could put $2,000-3,000 into your own account and build that up and trade that. So I think when you can trade and you start to make money from traders who've talked to me, money just follows. Let's have a look. Push up 1, 2, 3. Possible triple test here. But we got a big bearish bar there. There may be a triple test there, but it's so choppy. Yeah, it's starting to look bearish now, so it's a no-go there anyway. It's not going to it's not going to fall right, I don't think. Let's leave it there a second. I mean, we've come from the tops and the bottoms, top, bottom. So we push up, we make a few attempts to go lower. Maybe that isn't a bad trade. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'll tell you what I'm going to do for a minute. I'm just going to shut down Replicanto. And I'm just going to trade one of these onto contracts if it finishes bullish.
Order submitted.
What's the bar? It's 9 ticks. Okay, I'm just going to take that one. Come back and get me. Come and get me. 1, 2, 3, triple test. I'm only trading the one account on 2 contracts. Let's see if it gets me. Come and get me. How far has it gone? Has it gone too far or not? One, two, three, triple test. No, it's gone away without me, really. If it gets to the tops, I'll leave it. But I'm only trading it. I'm trading it just on one of my accounts, just for 2 contracts. So that's where I get out 2 points. Okay, that's a shame. So that did actually really work. Never mind. So we've had 2 legs down. We've come off the bottom. We've gone 1, 2, 3 bounce and a relatively bullish bar, and that clearly pushed up. So I didn't want to trade all my accounts just in case. Usually it's below above somewhere. I take trade. All right, yeah. So that's a shame because it worked really nice, certainly for 2 points anyway. But I got no issues with just lowering my risk there. But that clearly worked nicely. Nice strong push up. Clearly a triple test. We come off the bottoms. We went 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, it just went without me. But there we go. So leg up, 2 legs back. 1, 2, 3, and up. Excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. So that worked. The treat actually, we got a leg up, 1, 2, 3, triple test on here. 2 legs back, bounced off the bottom, come up, 1, 2, 3, and up. Unfortunately, it never came back to get me, but there we go. It is what it is. It was still worth a go, which is a shame, really, because that had a nice push up. In fact, what I'd probably do, I'd expect this to push up some more, so I'd probably put my stop there. So that went up for comfortably 4 points over that. So are we now just testing this again, or are we What are we going to do? So 1, 2, 3. There's a triple test there. Let's see if we can get a lower high here. We got a lower high there and that came down. So let's see what happens. 3 times now we've hit that level. Let's see if we can get a lower high. So we got a lower high there and that worked. We got a lower high there and that worked. So let's just check them legs. So we got a leg and a leg sitting nice there. So that's a good sign. So maybe we get a leg and a leg down. Let's have a look. So we got a leg up, 2 legs of correction. Perhaps this is another leg up, possibly. Trouble is I can't go long on a bar that bloody big into the tops. So maybe after this big leg up, we've just had a couple of, we got a leg and then a leg. And then we got a move up, 2 legs of correction, another move up. So that makes sense. So we got a leg and a leg. Let's say, let's shorten that a touch. Okay, yeah. So we got a leg and a leg, and then a leg up, 2 legs back, and another leg up. So that would make sense. So have we now got something which connects the dots? Perhaps it is. I don't bloody know. I can't get one that fits right, to be honest with you. There may be something there. There probably is, but there's big orders at 60 again. 700 odd orders. So, yeah, I have looked at it, but the signal bar's not brilliant. My slight concern is, because we've had this big leg up, we've had a leg and a leg back, 2 legs of correction. We've got a leg up, another 2 legs of correction, so I'd expect this to possibly get up to here. Whether it will or not, I don't know, but we're clearly respecting that line. See if we get a failure. That might be a better option, but I just can't take that because you just don't know, do you? Excuse me. Okay, another 10 minutes and that'll do me, I think. Second entry long there, way too far from the EMA, a million miles from the EMA, can't take that. See if we can get a failure or something. I'm not sure that is a channel really, it's just push up, sideways, push up. Excuse me, just for 1 minute, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay, what time have we got? Okay, another 7 minutes, that'll be 4 hours then. That's enough, I think. Is that a second entry long, or is that a trap? I just can't go long into that, to be on all honesty. Well, there's going to be one of a hell of a lot of stops there. Perhaps it's not a bad bar. You can't go long into that, in all honesty. So we've got a leg and a leg. First 10 second. This is a possible failure here. And we got massive support there.
Order submitted.
Let's see how this finishes.
Order cancelled.
There's a lot of resistance up there. We are really trying to push through. We'll either push straight through and get up to there, or it'll come down again. But we've got a leg and a leg. Try go once, try go twice. Possible failure. I'd like to see that break above here and then drop quickly. For a possible short. It's hard to say. Okay, that net for a few stops there. See if we get a lower high there. Just the fact that it pushed up and closed. I was tempted to take that, but I'm just sitting tight. What I'd like to do is just to push up a little bit and then trigger and then come down, trap some longs, because, I mean, could just keep on going up. That's the trouble. You just never know. Push up, pull back, push up, sideways, push up. Who knows? I like to think that sometimes it's going to drop, but ultimately you've just got to trade what you see. See if we can get a lower high that closes below here or something. Okay, clearly sideways. We're going to break out there, break out there. I'd like to see that trigger. Yeah, I don't think this thing's slowing down at all, is it? perhaps we are going to get another big rally up. A channel up, 2 legs back, 2 legs up, and then what happens? Okay, I think that's me done today. I sort of feel like I'm getting a bit impatient for something, so I'm just going to knock it on the head there. So it's an odd day today again. Push up, pull back, push up, bit of a pull back. Are we going up again? It's hard to say really, but I've been here 4 hours now and I'm getting tired. And whenever I sort of get that urge to, I want to try and get in. What I've done, see, when I was looking to take a trade, I changed this one account to 2 contracts and not traded the other ones. So I'm feeling now I'm risking less, so maybe have a bit more of a go. So I'm going to knock it on the head there. I mean, there's lots of liquidity, really strong 51.66, which is up here. But the trouble is, yeah, I mean, if I just give it 5 more minutes, if we can get a couple of legs down and retest this and still work in this channel, then maybe we get something, maybe. It's just so slow today. It's horrible trading when it's slow. It just doesn't fill you full of confidence. So we've got really strong liquidity up at 51.66.75. So up here somewhere. So I think there's a chance it's going to get up there. And also as well at around about 65, which is here. So get a couple of legs back and we may get something. I'm just going to give this chance to move down and then up. If we get nothing, then that's it for today. That's it. That'll do for me. I'm bored out my arse and I'm tired. No point in pushing me luck. Let me just save that for today. Save James. Okie dokie. So 7th of the 3rd, 24. Yes. Funny old day today. Strong day, but slow. And the trouble is, when it's that slow, it just knocks your confidence a bit because you're thinking, oh, is it just going to turn on me? Maybe a bit of paranoia from being stuck in bad trades. And sometimes it's just got a habit of doing that. But we've pushed up now and hit that perfect measured move. No, I don't like what it's doing. It's slow. We've got to come right down here, whether we will or not. We've hit that measured leg, so that's it for today. So I appreciate all your comments, guys. I hope you got some trades at Awesome Green. It's a funny day. It's hard to trade. There's a lot of this choppiness and just a bit unclear. We got that push up, chop, push up, chop, push down, chop. It's hard to trade. The only one I would have taken, well, I tried to take, was this one. We got 2 legs down. We've come up and we've gone 1, 2, 3, and that bar. And I got in there, and obviously you can see it just went up and it never came back. So I never got in it, unfortunately. But I don't take a lot of triple tests, so I lose a bit of confidence in them. So, which is why I just traded the one contract. But it went up without me, and it clearly worked. But apart from that, the rest is a bit too sideways. I mean, you know, you could say there's a failure there, second entry. I just don't like it. It's a very wicky, and yeah, it worked, but at the time. But just a quick glance at that, it's just choppy and unclear. So, not the easiest of days today. There's nothing I can see there really. I don't know. That went up, touched the EMA, and then came down. But we're close to these lows, so I wouldn't have taken that personally. Nothing I'd have taken there. It depends how you got that channel. There is a second entry long there, maybe. Can't see no high or low. We talked about that one. High or low, which triggered, came down and stopped the outs. There's nothing I'd have taken there. 2 legs back, no. Just pure chop there. Pure chop here. There was one second entry short there, but it's congested and sideways again, so it's just so hard to trade this when it's so congested as well as sideways, because it can get you into trouble. The market's got it's very, very clever at picking off weak positions. It gives you these weak offerings, and for the traders that take them, they just get popped, unless you're lucky enough, you know, taking it with the market. But it's slow, it's hard, and it's a horrible day to trade, personally. Apart from that one trade, if you're taking that trade and got a few points, then, you know, you may have found it a good day. But for me, it's just a bit of a ball ache. It's maybe just one of these weeks where it's a bit choppy. But there you go. That's it. That's me done for the day. So I appreciate all your comments. Good trading with you guys as well. This is, you know, you're like my work colleagues, you know. Stuck in a room by myself, so it is nice to talk to other people and get to know other people, because you can bounce ideas off, you know what I mean. It's nice to get to know people, especially when it's boring like this, but it does happen, unfortunately, and it is part of trading, and you have to just lump it. If you try and fight against it, it just crucifies you. So thanks, you too, partner. So there you go. I hope you've had some green. If you're carrying on trading, best of luck. I hope you get a setup or some kind of move. I dare say we'll get a rally at some point, or a drop. But failing that, I'll be back same time tomorrow, Friday. Another week nearly finished. So have a great evening. Stay safe, and we'll chat again tomorrow. Bye for now.